We'll take the bells. I've got my Taylor Swift gold boots and my, friendship bracelets. On theme for, we have now entered the urban era. We figure why let a good, year of Taylor Swift themes go to waste. We'll just continue it on throughout the whole year. But so I'm Kathy Oak. I'm in charge of the clicker, and I'll change it over so that you know that I'm the Melbourne Centre for Cities Director, and very pleased to welcome you here to the annual Symposium for the Melbourne Centre for Cities. We are based here at the Parkville campus. We are a cross-university, cross-faculty centre of research around cities, but we're primarily based with the Faculty of Architecture, Building and Planning, the Faculty of Arts, and with science as well. But certainly we work with people across the university, outside the university, and I know that there's a lot of you in the room. We are working with you on various projects around our 4 themes within our urban era around equitable cities, connected cities, leading cities, and sustainable cities. And they're the themes that today's symposium is broken up into. We have amazing panels planned, lots of short, sharp discussions around those themes of the centre. We're certainly not as siloed. All of our research projects that you can see through the big QR code on your table, you'll see that our projects actually overlap the 4 of those themes. At least 2 of those themes are featured within the centre's research. And you can see how we do it, why we do it, and the ways that we go about doing our research in our new centre narrative wheel that is also found on your tables on one of the sheets of paper, talking about the values of the centre, the way that we work with collaborators, with the users that our research is for and with, and the ethos of the centre. I am just going to do a little bit of housekeeping before we get into the symposium. Some of that housekeeping includes, obviously you've come in one of the doors, there's multiple doors, some of them might have been locked for you, so congratulations for finding the correct door, but the doors are now open, I believe. In fact, all the doors will be open at 10 a.m, so when or if you need to come and go throughout the day or have a break, it should be a lot easier for you to find us on the first floor. The bathrooms are on the ground floor. You'll find them at the bottom of these stairs and around the corner. Morning tea and lunch, if you're here for us for those moments of the program, they'll be just directly across us here in the room that's called the library, but it's another beautiful space in this old quad. You'll find refreshments in there, but obviously the university also has really good strong coffee. If you don't, if you're like me and a bit of a coffee snob, you're welcome to go to one of the amazing coffee shops around the campus. And we did encourage you to bring water bottles as well. There is some water provided in the library from morning tea, but yes, if you brought your water, that's great. In terms of security, I believe there'll be some, loud sounding whoops, and Ash, our fabulous event coordinator, will then let us know what to do as a result of the loud sounds that we may not, or hopefully not, hear today. But that's it of my housekeeping. We have Architecture Australia magazines on the table. We thank them for being our media partner for our symposium this year. We're going to hear from Georgia Burke shortly, Associate Editor, in our opening session on First Nations and the urban era coming up. But other than that, as the Centre Director, I'd like to point out all of our fabulous Centre staff and students and fellows, and in our Urban Eras t-shirt, limited edition t-shirt that was designed by amazing Enzo here in the front here. We should thank him, and thank him for the fabulous Urban Eras t-shirt. We need to have merch for a Taylor Swift themed event, obviously. So our speakers will be gifted a limited edition merch item. But the point of showing people in the t-shirts is that please, if you've got any questions about the Centre for Cities, about the research that we do, if you'd like to get involved, don't just look at the QR code, speak to one of our people in the t-shirts and get to know the work that we do. But on that note, I am going to now play a Welcome to Country message from a fabulous centre colleague, Dr. Mandy Nicholson, to provide a welcome and talk about the important layers of country.
Pelarun yan wanga tinaranik Mandy, Waranjeri Willamik Waranjeri Balakut, Mundanai Muruklar Pirang, Mundanai Kiripik, Mundanai Lalal Ba Gugung Nugulik, Ba Jaja Wurang Ba Nura Ilamurang. Hi, my name is Mandy Nicholson. I'm a Wurundjeri woman. I also have connections to the Jaja Wurang and Nura Ilamurang people of Victoria. What I said in my language, which is Woi Wurang, is I acknowledge all of my elders and my ancestors, my friends, my kirip, and the spirit river that flows through the heart of Wurundjeri country, the Yarra or the Birrarung, the river of mist. I'm here today because it's a really special, culturally appropriate thing to do in terms of educating the wider community about Wurundjeri culture, Wurundjeri spirituality and connection to country. So I believe that there's 6 layers of country. There's the below country, which is the Bik Ut, and that's where we dig into the ground to get ochre to decorate our bodies, as you can see on my face. And also the roots of the plants going to the earth. And an element that is throughout all the different layers of country is water. So when water seeps into the ground, the plants' roots aerate the ground, we dig into the ground to get ochre. So it's a life-giving layer of country. And then we've got the Bik Dui, which is the on country. And this is where we physically live, but we also live a double life as Wurundjeri people. We live our cultural life and we live our day-to-day life where we work and pay bills and things. But in terms of our cultural life, what we do is we dance, we do ceremony, and we incorporate a lot of language into that. So the Bik Dui is the on country. Then you've got Banyabik, which is the water country. So water forms part of our welcome. So usually if you've attended a welcome to country ceremony, there'll be a fire. And the leaves of the manigum are placed on the embers of that fire to create smoke, because eucalyptus leaves, as we all know, has healing properties in it when we've got a cold. So the steam that comes from that fire cleanses people, cleanses visitors when they go through that smoke. So it's more of a cleansing ceremony, because when you come from somewhere else, you might have some bad vibes or negativity. So it makes it a culturally safe space for everyone when you go through that smoke. So water is part of our welcoming ceremony as well, where we get guests to drink water from country. And it lets them know that while they're on our country, while they're visiting, everything that they eat or drink is safe. So the next layer is the Murrumutbik, which is the wind country. So wind country is, as we all know, we can't see the wind, but we can see what it touches and the effects of the wind. So when we've got those smoking ceremonies happening, the smoke absorbs into everything around it, everything including us. We breathe it in and put it all over our bodies. We also get the smoke going into the trees. The smoke, when it hits the trees, it sends the trees a signal that there's smoke, that there's fire. So it tells them to regenerate. So there's all this beautiful connection between nature and fire and smoke. So then also when we speak in language, like I said, Woiwurrung is my language, that is blown in the wind and it absorbs into us, it absorbs into everything around us as well, but also goes up to Bunjil, our creator, the wedge-tailed eagle. But before we get there, there's another layer. And that's Wurrulwurrulbik. So Wurrulwurrulbik is sky country, and that's where we see Bunjil and Wa, the raven. That's where we see them in their physical form, watching and guiding over us. And then finally there's star country. So our name for star country is Darangolkbik. So Darang means tree, Golk means stick, and Bik means country. So the cultural knowledge that's found in language is so important, because we can say star country, but it doesn't have the same impact as when you say Darangolkbik. So literally, there's a forest country up in star country that is reflected down here on earth. So when we take one of those layers out or swap them around, it won't work. They all rely on each other, but they're also reflective of each other. So it's really important to highlight that we have all these different layers of country, rather than just a quick speech to say you're welcome to country. It's all about feeling connected. It's all about gaining some knowledge about where you are or where you live. So, you know, you can find out, you can look up where you live and the traditional custodians of that area. So for Naarm or Melbourne, it's Wurundjeri people. And the name Naarm itself actually represents scrubland. So we have a cultural narrative, a creation narrative of the Birrarung, or the River of Mist, the Yarra River. And it tells a story of how the water came down and flooded this vast plain full of murrum, kangaroo and Burrumul emu. And it was a vast plain. And what happened is the water eventually came down and flooded that area, and it became Port Phillip Bay. So our name Naarm means scrubland, and our name for Port Phillip Bay is Naarm Naarm. So when you do dual names like that, it means it's emphasising something. So all that cultural knowledge embedded in country is something that I really love to share, because it's not often easy to find out there. And I just wanted to say, Nungojin, thank you very much.
We should clap Mandy. I think not only, Taylor Swift tickets were hot property. Today is a hot property day for events, I have to say. I know that many of our speakers, including Maddie, is speaking at another event today, but I think there's 10 different kind of similar audience events on today. So we thank you for coming to this one, but Mandy is speaking at another event today, and hopefully you all caught her yesterday and the fabulous Reuben Berg talking about Treaty Victoria and the work being done there. She was, saw her last night on TV, very proud of the work that they're doing, and good luck to them. But yes, that's why Mandy's not able to be here for that. So without further ado though, I should also mention we are live streaming today, so hello to our live streaming audience. We have about 200 people registered for live streaming, and thank you to Maria Pierre for making that possible. So we have got a great online audience, just to remind you of that. But without further ado, I would like to welcome to the stage our first panel to talk about First Nations rethinking of an urban era. And as I mentioned before, Georgia Burks is the Associate Editor, Architecture and Media, who's a partner for today's event, and Madison Miller from the School of Agriculture, Food and Ecosystem Sciences at the Faculty of Science. Please come to the stage. Thank you.
Hello. Okay, that's working. Hello, everybody. It is an absolute pleasure to be here on Wurundjeri country in Naarm today. I'm always blown away when I hear Dr. Mandy Nicholson talk, and I think I just want to take a moment to just thank her and the elders and community leaders who clearly continue their generosity and grace with us in sharing knowledge, because certainly with the work that I do at Architecture Media and just in general in our built environment, I don't think we would be where we are today in terms of including Indigeneity in our built environment without their continued generosity. I'm always grateful for that, and I know everybody here in the room is thankful as well. I'm Georgia Burks. I'm a proud Kamilaroi Biripi Dungari woman. I'm a graduate of architecture, and as Kathy just mentioned, I'm also the Associate Editor of Architecture Australia, which I see you have a couple of copies on your desk. Maddie, you want to pass over into you?
Sure. Hi everybody, my name is Maddie Miller. I am a Darug woman and currently am a lecturer in ecological knowledges of country at the Faculty of Science. I am not an architect, I am actually an archaeologist, but I am interested in the ways in which country and our heritage and the ways in which we think about our cities through relational lenses is expressed in the built form, and we will talk about that.
In preparation for today, Maddie and I met up last week to talk about what we thought would be things that we would like to see in the new urban era, what the new urban era could embrace. And perhaps you've kind of maybe have heard this before, but we've summarised it in 3 points, which was we see a new urban era where, from a First Nations perspective, but I think everyone's perspective, I think it should be, is an era where individuals and society have a relationship to country, an era of urban design and management that leads and incorporates Indigenous systems thinking, and a new urban era that has a broader understanding of the seasons. So they were the 3 points that we kind of came up in our conversation, and Maddie and I are just going to expand on these points via more chats today. Maddie, we spoke about how everything is a result of our direct relationship with country, and even Dr. Mandy Nicholson was just mentioning that in her welcome this morning. Do you want to expand on that together? Do you want to kick us off on what we mean by that?
Yeah, and I think Auntie Mandy really set the tone right around that. She spoke about the relationships that country has with those different layers, as she expresses it, with each other, and that the star country reflects forest country and so on and so forth. And I think, when I think about what does relational thinking, or what does that mean to me, I think it's a deep understanding of how, we hold kinship with country and with all of the elements of country, from the plants and the animals, from the fungi and the earth and the stones, thinking about all of those things as being in relationship, not only with us but with each other. And I think this has sort of come for me in more sharp focus since I've had a baby, and thinking about the way in which he comes into this world and how the world holds him. And I think for many people who have young children, and thinking about climate change and thinking about this big, scary world, it can be a really, confronting place to think, have I brought a child into this, place? But, I've taken him, so I took him out onto Tanarong country, and I had, went up with those mob up to Mount Buffalo, and we were out on country, just me and Otis, and a beautiful satin bowbird came and sat and just looked directly in his face, and I just thought, this is it. This is the relationship, and this is why we keep doing what we do, is because we need to make sure that satin bowbird always has a place on country to have that relationship, and that these sorts of, deep intrinsic relationships are held. And so that's for me, how I like to think about it. What about you?
I think when I think about it in sort of like a built environment perspective, I think of it like, okay, what would we do like in a particular project or a particular site? What decision will we make that, and how does that have a catalyst effect on, I guess, country? And I think for me, that's the relationship in terms of knowing what would harm it or what would make it healthier. But then on a more personal level, I think it's definitely exactly like what you said, where there are particular spaces, and I think I've mentioned this before in a talk I did for Melbourne Design Week, but everybody has a relationship with country. It doesn't just need to be Indigenous people. You might have a particular beach that you feel quite emotional about or drawn to, and that's your relationship with country or place, and I think that can be expanded then. So yeah, I've got a place up. I'm a Brisbane girl, born and bred, moved to Melbourne about 4 years ago, but there's a beach called Curramundi that I used to go with my family all the time, and that's a really special place to me. And so whenever I'm there, I know quite a lot about all these different places, about the weather, the tides come up and damage the sand dunes, and that's quite different because I've just seen it for a long time and I care for that place. But yeah, we were talking about, I guess, the decisions that we make as individuals in design, and I think about, I guess, my hometowns of Brisbane and Melbourne. both of them have a commonality in terms of their big rivers. We've got the Maywar up in Meanjin, Brisbane, which is completely polluted because of all of the building that has happened and colonisation. And then similar here with the Birrarung, like it's quite unhealthy. So I think in the new urban era, I sort of hope that we develop our relationships to understand that any runoff that we have from our cities actually will go into the water systems. And I think that's, an important thing to think about. And we can shift that. We have the opportunity to shift that.
And as Arnie Mandy said about the smoke, right? So, the Welcome to Country, that smoke goes out and it speaks to the trees as well as to us. And that's intentional, and understanding that action taken to burn the gum leaves goes and speaks to the trees and signals something to them. And so as we do anything on country, we need to understand that it's not just the thing we're doing and it sits on its own and it has no repercussions or no relationship, that action sits in that relational network. And so we do need to understand where the water is flowing through a site and how it is, where that water is carrying the nutrients from and how that nutrients is coming into our site and out of our site, and making sure that we are, considering that whole story, not just our discrete part of it.
It's all connected, and Dr. Mandy Nicholson said that, there's a reflective in this star country to our Earth as well. That's a good segue in terms of Indigenous systems thinking of country and climate holistically and how everything is connected. And I'm going to do a little plug here for AA, but it's just because I know it at the moment. In the September issue of Architecture Australia, we, with myself and Justine Clark, commissioned this dossier titled Seasons and Cycles. And the dossier itself is looking into the extreme weather events that have been happening in the past, a couple of years. But it really kicks off with this essay by Lorraine Ponset, who's from... she wrote an article on The Conversation, and she works at the Climate Authority, I think. I can't remember exactly, but she's an amazing climate scientist. And I'm just going to do a quick summary of the opening article, which is called Cities on the Front Line. And she did this amazing diagram that just documented all the crazy extreme weather events that happened in 2023. And clearly these are... connected to all of the decisions that we've made in terms of building and, having concrete cities and all of this stuff. It's impacting our climate. So in 2023, January started with above average rainfall across the country, and Cyclone Ellie, a rare 1 in 100 year flooding event of the Fitzroy River in the Kimberley in WA happened. In February to early March, we had heavy rainfall and flooding all across Australia. April and May, New South Wales experienced its warmest winter on record and its second worst snow season. September 2023 had exceptionally dry conditions and unusually early fire season in Queensland and Victoria. October, we had Queensland Western's Down region experience more than 1,000 bushfires. And as we can all remember, Gippsland and Victoria experienced back-to-back fire and floods. And then in December, just to finish it all off, I got to experience this because I was up there for Christmas. It was terrifying. Queensland had an intense thunderstorm over the Lockyer Valley while Cyclone Jasper hit northern Queensland. And that's all in the space of 1 year. So we're all aware of these really extreme weather events and climatic changes that are happening, which is really scary stuff. But the good news is, I guess, sort of putting a positive light on it, is that First Nations peoples have been through these big climatic changes, right? Like from the Ice Age, for example. So part of this dossier as well, we had Deborah Swan, Annie Vanderwyck, I'm going to pronounce this incorrectly, but I'm going to try, Ngungiri Minimi woman, Shuan Romek, a Bundawang UN woman, and they co-authored this really wonderful piece titled Intelligent Planning Through the Indigenous Estate. And it really talked about Indigenous systems thinking and management and how they can help mitigate and, I guess, create a more resilient future. And they also provided some suggestions on how designers and planners can incorporate this stuff into, I guess, future thinking and frameworks. If you don't mind, can I read like a bit? Because it was just such a fantastic article. And I think they summarise it so clearly in what they want to say. Okay, bear with me. Subtle signs embedded in country, insect movements, birds, and animal behaviour are observed and remembered as signs of impending weather cycles and shared with travellers. Knowledges of critical resources such as water are mapped in rock and cave paintings and markings, tree carvings and land signatures. Story remains the core of information about drought and flood-prone times. This information is available for contemporary town planners to consider before they build cities and infrastructure in disaster-prone areas. If the information is ignored, water and fire become enemies of the settlement, as evidenced by recent flooding devastation across Australia's eastern states, when levees failed under the big water events, washing people, animals, homes and livelihoods away in days or hours. Reading and remembering country is a vital skill for town planning and landscape design in an increasingly unpredictable climate. Aboriginal people are aware of the sustainable management skills of their ancestors and of the knowledges held with the Indigenous estate. And the Indigenous estate demonstrates that careful consideration of Aboriginal knowledges pertaining to the health and well-being of Aboriginal people, country and ways of knowing are critical to the prosperity and living standards of all Australians. That's just part of the article, so I highly recommend getting the September issue and reading this piece. And it's kind of clear, we sort of spoke about this last week too, Maddie, where, those fires that happened back in 2019 and 2020, although they were in more regional areas and rural areas, the biggest parts of it, that smoke actually impacted our cities, but perhaps it was our cities that caused or added to all of the, I guess, heat and drought. Do you want to speak more to that?
Yeah, I guess we were reflecting on, I guess there is a sort of a notion that cities aren't country, and that country is this place far off, and it's often you'll hear people, I've got to go out to country, and that means out bush, right? Yeah. As if it's some sort of natural wilderness, when we know that it's an entirely anthropological space. And excuse me, my tendency as an archaeology is often to think in thousands of years as this time frame. But, for 65 plus, and that's just sort of the limit of archaeologists' cleverness is 65,000 years. But, in these deep time spaces, we understand that people have been modifying and working in relationship with country. So there is no nature, because all of these landscapes are country, and country is a place that is in constant communication with us, with us as country, and in understanding that we work together to achieve these, what country looks like, the design of country, right? Yeah. Our ancestors have been designing country for forever, since the dreaming. And so what we were yarning about was that the fires, those horrible black summer fires that, and I said I was going to get the stat, and of course I didn't, but they caused absolute devastation on my country as well, on Darug country in the Blue Mountains, but also Darug country in the city, in that smoke came down and it caused perhaps around 400 excess deaths due to that agitation from the smoke and that respiratory distress that caused people. And I know for me in Melbourne, I remember buying a VOG mask and I thought, I'm never going to use this. And then, of course, COVID happened and we were all in masks. But I had to go home because I have asthma and I couldn't get to work that day. I didn't get off the train. I had to just turn around and come home because of that smoke distress. And so that was country saying, all of us are suffering. All of country is suffering. And if you indulge me a little bit, in thinking about those big time frames, I always think it's such a paradox of modern policy that we talk about these, really tight timeframes, these 4-year political cycles and these tight timeframes of policy, but then it's really hard to change anything. Yeah. And so, things take a long time to change. So I was living in Kinglake at the time of the 2009 bushfires and narrowly escaped with my life. And the community around me, the idea was never again. Never again will this happen. But of course it happened, and it happened not in the same way, but in a much bigger, sustained way across all of Australia, across this whole eastern part of Australia felt like it was on fire. And so that's 10 years and we haven't changed, we haven't done anything. And when I think about the stories of our ancestors and places like Budge Bim, for example, which is on the World Heritage List, and the story of Budge Bim is the creator being shows themselves to Gunditjmara people and spews out this lava across the landscape. And that lava flows down and it flows into sea country. And Gunditjmara take this as a sign from country that they need to change their ways, that they need to do things differently. And then they use that country and those resources given to them and those learnings given to them from country to create the oldest and the oldest, most sustained aquaculture system in the world. And they, still today you can go down and buy eel from Gunditj. We know we learn lessons, that the country tells us something, we need to learn the lesson from it. And Arnie Mandy spoke about the lesson from Naarm, and Bunurong tell the same story, but that was their country. That big open plain was their country, and the lesson that they learnt from country was that they were not using their resources correctly, that there was fighting, that they weren't, that there was something wrong in their social system. And when Bunjil took that land and turned it into sea country, they learnt that lesson and learnt to live on a smaller part of country, to live more sustainably and more in harmony. But we're not learning that lesson. Country's telling us all the time we're doing things wrong, and we're not learning that lesson. Not in, out there country, not in city country, nowhere.
Yeah. I think you're spot on. We're moving too slowly to learn from these lessons. I think there are Indigenous practices for cultural burning happening, but that only occurred, I think, after the 2019-2020 fires. So I think thinking about the lessons learnt there and then bringing it back to our first point in terms of having that relationship with country and how everything that we do has a direct impact on country. Yes, there are practices happening now out to mitigate, I guess, another bushfire, but also we can be bringing those lessons out into our cities as well. What's the land management that we can do here or incorporate into our frameworks or future frameworks for our cities here to create or help our country get healthier? I think what's really interesting for me, just reflecting on the dossier again, indulge me, was that both Deborah Swan, Sean Romek, Annie Vanderwyk, and then Lorraine Ponset both talked about understanding where we might not build as well. Laura went to say this, we need to invest in resilient infrastructure that can withstand high winds, heavy rainfall and storm surges, as well as develop an understanding of where the risks are, where to build and where not to. And that is something that I think Indigenous Australians have known for 65,000 years plus, is that we don't build there, we don't go there. That is for a particular, event that's where flooding happens, right? So we just let the rivers flood because they are themselves an own living identity. And then the Deborah, Sean and Annie said, when governments and businesses listen to the knowledges held by Aboriginal people and start embedding Aboriginal management and principles into planning and design, so that understanding that everything is connected, everything that we do impacts another country or sky country or, water country, So once we do that, we can build communities that demonstrate inherent resilience rather than ongoing vulnerability to the changing conditions of life. And so I think that for the new urban era, like for us, we're saying, you know, the knowledge is there, it's sophisticated, it's practiced, it's tried and tested. We just need to embrace it and lead with that, because I think, and that's just not applied to the regional and rural countries, it's also urban country. So there's some really exciting opportunities there, I think. Some projects that I think come to mind for me, just thinking about slow changes. There's one that is up in Queensland. It's called the Buruda Waterway Rejuvenation by Brisbane City Council, tracked by Tanner, Apoka Constructions and ACOM. It's the, you may be familiar with it. I am, because it was sort of where I grew up, but it's only just being completed recently. But the project is the 6th to date in Brisbane City Council's Waterway Improvement Program. And basically what they did is they took this concrete stormwater drain and pulled it apart and I guess brought a landscape back into it, so making it a bit softer, more of a sponge. And after they did a couple of tests for multiple options against flood modelling, and that was informed by the landmark floods in 2011. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that. So not 2021, 10 years prior to that, same thing, still hadn't learned. And so they modelled it against that. And then when the 2022 floods came around, the project actually did what it needed to do, and it withstood, I guess, this sort of surge of water going through it, sort of let it spill across the green waterway and softened it. And it was really, I think, a really good example of perhaps an option or an opportunity for us to look at in our urban cities. Do you know any other examples?
I think that's a really, like, that makes me think about perhaps the opportunities that we have here in Melbourne with Birrarung.
Yeah.
So Birrarung has been recognised as a living entity, but what does that mean, right? How does that work in policy? How does that work in practice? How does that work for everybody here to be in relationship with Birrarung, to, you know, design with Birrarung rather than, you know, as a factor or as a risk of oh, it could flood, but actually she will flood or they will flood.
Let a girl be, you know, let her just do her thing.
I don't know why rivers are always women to me, but anyway, I always refer to them as she. I don't know. But, you know, that Birrarung has a will, has a agency and has a voice. And how do we work with Birrarung? And I think that's a really exciting, you know, proposition. And when we think about how Birrarung starts in the upper reaches, and Brooke Wandon told this story as part of Emu Sky, which was in this building, and I had a little exhibition, a little part of that, and I invited Brooke and a number of other Indigenous women to tell their stories as part of that. And Brooke told this story of how she visited and she's a Wurundjeri woman and an artist, and she visited the source of Birrarung, and it was part of this, you know, journey, and she's talking about, she's, you know, bushwhacking, and she makes it to the top of, you know, where Birrarung springs from, and she's overwhelmed with, you know, this feeling of her ancestral presence and being able to see out across country, but turning around and just seeing that this is logged, that the area around where Birrarung begins is logged country, and just being so angry that even from its source she's polluted. And as Birrarung travels through country and out to see how we are not respecting Birrarung in all of those ways. And so I think from a design perspective and from a city's perspective, actually thinking about elements of country as living entities, as partners in our work that we do, and how we're respecting their inherent rights to do the things that they need and want to do.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And I know we've only got about 5 minutes left to go, but I kind of wanted to I know we haven't talked about the seasons yet, but I actually wanted to go back to what you're talking about in terms of time and policy, and I guess linking that to the Birrarung itself, I think there's, I've heard people talk about a 200-year city plan, and I wonder if that can happen or is happening, but I think that would be a really wonderful way to start thinking about how that Birrarung or all parts of country sort of play into that, and how we can forward think our relationship and what that relationship might be like in the future. Like, what do we want for them? You know what I mean?
I think what's been really wonderful about working at the university and the sort of networks and the people that I've met is I've been able to work with Indigenous peoples from all around the world and learn different things. And something that I learned from Mob in Canada is this 7-generation viewpoint of thinking about generations to come and the generations that have come before, and what I was taught was 7 generations, but I guess it, and that speaks to their divine cycles of time. But how do we, think in deeper time? I think is really exciting. 200 years is great, but what's, thinking about even, this is probably really morbid, but the carbon that's within our bones will only be undetectable after about 45,000 years.
Wow.
So this physical body could still have carbon within it in 45,000 years. So who's going to be here in 45,000 years, and what is the legacy we're leaving for them? Because when I'm talking about archaeology and when I'm thinking about our ancestors, I'm thinking about what legacy they gave us 45,000 years ago. That's pretty an insane time frame, right? But actually no, because that's the time frame that we're thinking about for country and these cycles of country. If we stopped all carbon emissions now, it's still going to take 1,000 years. So we have to think about these long, big time frames, and unfortunately that's not great for election cycles. And I know, Kathy, you're going through an election cycle at the moment.
Totally. And I think just to finish and bring it back to those 3 points that we sort of talked about, what you're talking in terms of, I guess, thinking at a longer time frame, that is rethinking what our relationship is with country. That is bringing and creating your own relationship with country. So thinking about it across that time span, remembering that what we do now, even in the city, impacts other country around us, but also in the future, in that 45,000 years. And we didn't get to talk about the seasons today, but I know you've written a wonderful research project on that, so highly recommend that. But I know that would also, broadening our understanding of the seasons will help guide us down that, yeah.
And I think like a takeaway for everybody in terms of seasons, not that we get to talk about, but is to really, as a provocation for you all, is to pay attention to the movement of the seasons around us. I know if you just pay attention for 5 minutes, you'll know that there's no spring, summer, winter, autumn here in Australia, particularly not in Melbourne, although if you want to count the 24 hours, then you've definitely got all 4 of those. But I think it's really important that we all start paying attention to country. And lockdown was a really beautiful experience, for me, in doing that, in being able to pay attention to the movement of the birds in my garden, of the flowers in my garden. And I think a lot of us have lost that in the sort of rush back to, what is normal. But as a provocation, perhaps if you could keep a diary or take photos and just take notice of what birds are visiting, what plants are opening, their flowers, what is growing, what is thriving, where is the rain country, and is it, falling on your face? Are you running from it? What is the wind doing in this space? And just take, a moment every day just to notice these changes and connect in and say hello to the magpie. Say hello to the plants and the animals that visit and the water. Go say hi to Birrarung, and just start to feel to build those connections and notice those things that are happening on country, because country is always speaking to all of us, and healing country requires all of us. The things that have happened to this place are so profound that it is not possible for First Nations people to fix all of them on our own. The things that have happened to this country are reflected in the things that are happening to our bodies, to our communities, and we need everybody to care for country.
I think that's a perfect finisher. Thank you so much, Maddie. Always a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Georgia and Maddie. Fabulous way to start our symposium. And I have some gift for you. I've got an ears to a...
Taylor Swift friendship bracelets?
No friendship bracelets. There's enough little plastic beads in my... No. But yes, it's a tea towel, so merchandise. So thank you so much. But I want to come down these stairs here. It might be a bit safer than jumping off the edge. But thank you so much. And thank you again to Architecture Australia, the Architecture Media for sponsoring the conference. So to our next panel, we have insights from the three faculties that we enjoy support from for the centre. And so I'm going to hand over to Deputy Director of the Melbourne Centre for Cities, Alison Young, and welcome Kirsten, Alan and Andrew to the stage.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you to Georgia and Maddie for that fantastic conversation. And hopefully we can take up some of the thoughts that you've provided us with during the rest of the day. Now, when Taylor Swift performs, she starts her concerts at the moment by saying, "Welcome to the Eras Tour." And anyone who's been to one of her concerts will recognize that as a really bad impression of her voice, complete with bad American accent. Now, it's not really possible for me to say, "Welcome to the urban era," because that might imply we're at the start of something. Whereas, of course, as we're all aware, we've been in the urban era for a long time, and we're still trying to understand its effects. So the Centre for Cities is very much about trying to understand the urban era, and I'm very happy to be joined on this panel by representatives of the three faculties that have been supporters of the centre in this enterprise of trying to understand the urban era. So today we have Professor Alan Pert from the Faculty of Architecture, Building and Planning. We have Kirsten Paris from the Faculty of Science and Andrew Brown-May from the Faculty of Arts. I'm going to actually introduce each of them very quickly before handing over to them to talk about how their faculties, their disciplines, the frameworks that they work in respond to the challenges of the urban era and try to think about it. So let me start with Kirsten Paris. Kirsten is an academic author and an author of fiction and creative non-fiction. She's written a textbook on the ecology of urban environments. She's written a book called Cities for People and Nature. And she's also written an interview with a boulder called Ken, which I read yesterday, and it was fantastic. So I recommend that to everyone here. She's received numerous grants and awards. She's a scholar and a fan of frogs, and she's concerned about disconnection and connection between people and things and the natural environments in cities and towns. Professor Alan Pert is a compatriot of mine. Hello, Scot to Scot. He is internationally known for his creative practice research, forging connections against writing, discourse, exhibitions, education, and building. He's worked extensively as an architecture, exhibition designer, and curator, while also being a professor of architecture. Professor Andrew Brown-May, Andy. And is Andy better? I feel like
Andy's good.
Andy's good.
Yeah,
I know. I feel like I kind of know you as Andy, and Andrew sounds terribly formal. So, Andy has written about cities as locations for music, very appropriate for today's themes. Places of lockdown, places with laneways and their history. He's written about urban heritage, the history of marvellous Melbourne in particular. He's also written about the impacts of colonialism in Northeast India. He's written about digital technologies in the humanities. He runs a studio-based research collaboratory in the history program at the university here. And he's also, amazingly, finding time to be a podcaster. So we're surrounded by amazing and diverse expertise. I'm going to invite each in turn to speak for 3 minutes about something from their disciplinary backgrounds that addresses the optimism that we might feel in relation to how we rethink the urban era. So if we could start, does anyone want to go first, or shall I? Alan, how about you?
3 minutes, I've prepared something. Is the lectern on? A challenge to capture our faculty in 3 minutes and capture Taylor Smith. With net zero targets alone, I would suggest that we're at the intersection of rethinking not only a new urban era, but in a Melbourne context, we need to consider a new parallel suburban era. Remembering that 74.6% of Victorians still live in large single-family houses, and Melbourne is in fact a city made up of 321 suburbs, or over 1,000 suburbs if we consider Greater Melbourne. Only yesterday, we heard the Premier commit to building 180,000 more homes on farmland, on suburban fringes, and as Taylor Swift calls it, our gift-wrapped suburban dream has become a cultural, ecological, environmental and aesthetic nightmare. We live in a two-faced metropolis, facing a carbon development paradox, and if novelty, newness, growth and progress have defined the modern era, maybe now we need to take corrosion, breakdown and decay and regrowth as a starting point for a new optimistic urban/suburban era. Now, in March 2020, Bruno Latour's questionnaire was making the rounds, touting that if everything stopped, everything can be questioned, it can be bent, selected, sorted, interrupted for good. And yet worldwide construction sites largely kept operating during the pandemic. And so with the current contraction across the sector, we need to give serious consideration to the proposed moratorium on new construction, dominated by extractive industries. The challenge we face with the demand for more housing is that we simply cannot afford a new build programme if we adopt a planetary perspective. We are as such at the crossroads, which becomes a debate about space as much as it is about energy. And since the 1960s, per capita living space has almost doubled, with Australia global leaders offering average new homes on the fringes of 214 square metres. On a spatially restricted planet, it is impossible to maintain our rates of spatial growth. The solution has to be a focus on existing buildings, on conversions, on extensions, and serious consideration of shared infrastructures and of being socially and spatially embedded. And so, optimistically, I want to start with my current obsession with finding an equivalent for the German word Umbau, you'll see on the screen, which I suggest will define a new era. A word that has no such translation in English or Scottish. Umbau means all of the following. It means conversion, remodelling, alteration, adaptation, renovation, rebuilding, refurbishment and transformation. And so the first proposition is to rethink a curriculum for the School of Design and an industry shaped around Umbau. These 8 layers of Umbau can be applied at the scale of a room, at the scale of a building, at the scale of the suburb or the city. It would be a new era of emotional durability as opposed to planned obsolescence. So Umbau becomes a new language of design and construction. A radical rethink in the way we teach design, moving from a model of construction where buildings are typically treated as objects or plot-based problems to one of collective form, of shared landscapes and of assembly and disassembly. A complete rewiring of ideas that are about buildings and cities as multi-layered, or as Stuart Brand suggested over 30 years ago, shearing layers, where each layer of the city or a building has its own dimension of time. And so the climate agenda, carbon and net zero targets shift from being agendas focused on renewables, and instead they become social, spatial and material agendas. And so, to conclude, I would propose that we consider a new subtopian era defined by consideration of ethics over aesthetics and a new radical accountability for all involved in shaping our built environment. Thank you.
Amazing, thank you. I think my vision of the new urban era, and I believe we're just at the beginning of this aspect, is an urban era where we can share our cities with other species and acknowledge their rights as individuals to live their lives. This is a little, I guess, an extension of the ideas that Maddie was talking about in the previous session, the idea of letting the birrarung be, letting the rivers flow. Can we let the frogs be? Let the bees be, the birds, all the plants, the amazing Indigenous biodiversity that we still have in all our cities around Australia. So research led by colleagues of mine from my Faculty of Science here, and also colleagues at RMIT University, has demonstrated that Australian cities are hotspots for biodiversity. We have a higher concentration of threatened species in our cities than we have elsewhere in the big, vast, out there country. And that makes cities really important places for the conservation of biodiversity, threatened species, but common species too. And I think that that is something that's still not widely recognised within the built environment professions. It's even not very well recognised within ecology. In Australia in particular, we cling to these ideas in ecology that we need big spaces for nature, that nature needs places away from people to thrive, rather than we can have so much nature with us in small spaces. Some of my colleagues in Europe are really embracing this, and they've done amazing things, constructing tiny little ponds, for example, for every species of amphibian in Geneva. Some of them need a pond like this, some need a pond like that, and they just put them in and everyone gets on with it, and it's not a drama. Here we have the concept of offsets or compensating for the loss of habitat. Very rarely do those offsets actually compensate even a fraction of what's lost, and when they do, they tend to be far away from the place where the thing has been destroyed. So to use the terminology of my colleague Sarah Beckersey, we need onsets, not offsets, and we need a new urban era that allows us to protect the nature we still have with us and then make space to bring it back.
I'm slightly more scripted, and I feel like I've got my back to half the room there as well. For more, I don't think we've chatted since the My Marvellous Melbourne podcast about frogs, if you're interested to hear more about that. I've got 3 points about urban history, about challenges, and also about aspirations. And I guess I'd start by thinking about this notion that Australia was born urban compared to its old world counterparts. And the history of its cities has always been a history of change and renewal and challenge and transformation. And we need to remember that every era believes itself to be at the centre of its own present, both imagining and aspiring to a better future and remedying the mistakes of the past. So, what me and my colleagues with this kind of historical thinking, I guess, insist on is this deeper sense of time, and it was great to hear Maddie in the opening session talking about deeper senses of time. To think about the way that short-termism and presentism actually masks knowledges and learnings that we've long had. To think about how nostalgia can, for a sort of a supposed past or imagined past, makes us perhaps create things that never existed for, as we try and plan for a future that's kind of yet to unfold. So history is an important tool. And change can be intentional, change can be unconscious, change can be uncontrolled. If we think of the way that the timber town of Melbourne in the 1840s was just completely obliterated by the gold rush, within a decade became a totally different place. If we think of the slum clearance from the 1920s and 30s, more deliberate sort of social policies around sort of social engineering. All change has impact. I love Maddie's metaphor of the smoke. actions have repercussions. So all change, good or bad, has an impact, and it can be affective, it can be emotional, it can be economic, it can be cultural, it can be environmental. Cities and towns are the everyday places where we seek what we've come to like to call the Australian dream of opportunity, access to adequate housing, along with sort of healthy and sustainable communities that are safe from social and environmental threat. So what is this new era? Well, in the half century to 2021, the number of people living in Australian capital cities more than doubled. The urban basis of Australia is even more pronounced when we consider that 90% of Australians live in significant urban areas. And I'd say we're in a palpable cultural moment of anxiety in the nation's history about a range of city-centred issues: development pressures, housing crisis, urban intensification, climate emergency, environmental vulnerability, challenges to cultural diversity, reconciling Indigenous knowledge of country with the legacies of colonialism. So cities are under pressure. We see it in the 24-hour news cycle every day. Demographically, Australia has changed hugely since the mid-20th century, where over 90% of Australians had British ancestry. Culturally, truth-telling has brought the concept of the frontier to every city's doorstep. So if Australia's evolving to be a very different society, this question is that we're all grappling with: how do we get from here to a better future without compromising what we value and what we hold dear? So what might a new urban era look like? I'll throw 2 or 3 things into the mix. I think to that extent that this notion of the Australian dream, I don't think it's such a bad one, but it needs to be redefined. It needs to be recalibrated to the extent that a broader range of citizens need to see themselves represented in it. I think we need to put the sense of the citizen back into our centre of thinking. We think of the citizen in sort of national, nation-state terms, but the original definition of a citizen is a denizen of a city. And I think the solutions to bigger questions need to be, again, recalibrated back to cities. I'm getting to wrap up. Thirdly, I think, exploring Indigenous knowledge around the sort of spirit and custodianship of place in connection to country. And I think finally, and again, Maddie mentioned timeframes, I think we're inured a little bit to past knowledge of even more recent eras. And the best example I can think of, the Royal Commission into the 1939 Black Friday bushfires. The Royal Commissioner was just, boggled that Australians continued to build their houses in bushfire-prone places. 1939, what have we learnt? So I think those kind of lessons from the past need to be considered in that kind of longer duration. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I want to press the conversation just a little bit by asking you to think about the ways within these narratives of optimism, change, transformation, what can be done, and so on, how we can particularly acknowledge and tackle a range of challenges to do with inequality. That cities are known to be places of inequality. One of our centre themes is equitable cities. So equity seems like a wonderful thing to aspire to, but to get there, we have to traverse a whole landscape of inequality. And although we've been thinking about ways in which cities may change slowly or fast, sometimes the speed of that transformation might be so rapid that it's hard to process. I'm thinking fire, flood, or most dramatically war. And I just want to acknowledge that there are cities that now exist as piles of rubble. And I'm thinking particularly of cities in Gaza. So cities in Gaza are still cities, even though they look like ruins and dust. And the idea of rebuilding, reshaping, redeveloping their economy there is a very different one from ours, but I would like to point to a possible connection between our fortunate challenges and those. Any thoughts, panelists? You have about 90 seconds each to say something, that if you would like to, about the challenges of inequality and whether disastrous or slow.
I'll maybe just extend what I was referring to in terms of, you only have to look at yesterday's press, and it's frightening that we're still talking about building on the city fringes over an hour away to accommodate families. So the housing crisis is not going to be fixed by perpetuating the same model and same problem, which is both a physical, spatial problem, and it's an ethical problem and an environmental one, all mixed up together. And at the same time, in a different newspaper, you're reading about developers talking about apartment buildings and the fact that a one-bedroom apartment is going to cost you $650,000 based on supply chain costs. You know, the 40% rise in material costs since COVID. So who's going to be buying a $650,000 apartment? And that's not just in the city, that's in the middle ring. So we've got political announcements suggesting that apartment building is going to solve a problem of housing. And at the same time, we're saying we're going to build 180,000 homes out in the fringes. Those two things we know are not going to fix the problem. And then, again, if you look at some of the fine detail of those articles, they also talk about selling off government land in Footscray with 10% affordable housing uplift. And then elsewhere, we've got 44 towers being demolished potentially because of sewers that we apparently can't fix. So
just to probe a little bit on that. So people talk about densification as a solution. Like cities shouldn't sprawl outwards, they should densify. We don't need high density, we need medium density. So what are your thoughts about, because it sounds as though that's not.
Look, I think it is a spatial problem. We talk about environmental problems a lot, but a lot of it is spatial. I think we don't talk enough about the spatial implications. But we also have been dominated by a market-led housing problem and home ownership. That's not the same everywhere. So we've had the luxury in Australia of a market-driven economy based around ownership. Now, we need to change that mind. It's a radical cultural shift, because that's not the way it plays out in other parts of the world. So we maybe need to start to talk about the type of tenure, not look at land as an ownership model. And this plays out in so many ways, I think, in terms of, again, materials, construction, emotions. I mean, I talked about obsolescence. I mean, there's a hilarious interview with an architect standing in front of a 180-year-old building talking about an apartment block they just completed, and the reporter asked, what's the lifespan of the building? And he hesitated and said, well, the roof's got a 30-year warranty and the facade's got a 25-year warranty. And he's standing in front of a building that's 180 years old, made out of sandstone. I mean, it's appalling what we're dealing with at the moment. We talk a lot in our faculty about the role of the architect in this. Design is a very small part of this. You've got warranties, legislation, regulation that shape our built environment. And that's where we need to make an impact. We need to understand the regulations, we need to understand the technical issues. And given Georgia's still in the room, let's do an Architecture Australia magazine with no images of nice looking buildings. Let's dedicate it to the technical drawing. Because I think that's the biggest power we have as architects and designers, is in the technical drawing, and to celebrate that. Again, we've spent the last 50, 60 years celebrating the aesthetics. And I think it's a completely different mindset we need now to try and crack some of these problems. They're not easy, they're deeply complicated.
Kirsten, I presume, thank you. I presume that you would also argue that design needs to think of a building taking place within a space that's shared with others. So should designers think about the frogs when they're designing the building? That's one I mean, and that obviously is like meant to be a symbolic question that could frogs represent the natural environment or any kind of natural ecology that you might want to propose. But also, as a separate question, how would you encourage people to embrace the natural environment around them? How can often people don't want to share their space with non-human species. They want to keep mice out or mosquitoes out and all sorts of creatures out. They don't want birds flying into their bedrooms. How do you address those sorts of concerns, which are at the base of the idea of the house as a private territory?
Wow, that's two big questions for 90 seconds.
You can have 2 minutes.
Oh, thanks. For the first one, I think there is a part of design practice that is now considering how to construct buildings that make deliberate spaces for other species to share, normally on the outside of the buildings. So I think sharing our space with nature, with the natural world and other species, doesn't necessarily mean inviting them into our bedrooms, necessarily. I think the outdoor space is fine, the roof, the walls. So there are some really interesting opportunities there. I think...
Like nesting birds and so on.
Yeah, so nesting birds is an obvious one, but yes, a garden that's designed to support locally Indigenous plant species, which will then attract our locally Indigenous insects, provide food for lizards and birds and whatever else we may have around, is something that a lot of people are embracing, particularly in the suburban areas. Wildlife gardening is really quite a popular thing. I think the next step we need is to find a way to connect those pockets of nature across the landscape. So not just having isolated places where one person in this part of a suburb loves local species and someone over there does, but there's no way for those individuals to move from one place to another. So mobility, the right to mobility for non-human species, and then connecting to larger areas of gardens and parks that are our public spaces. So it's going to require an integration of work in the private realm and the public realm. And I think whenever I speak to people about nature in the city, whether it's frogs, I was on Triple R the other morning talking about Frogtober, so get amongst that, people. It's Frog Month Victoria, still a week to go. Everyone is really genuinely interested in nature in their space. I think there's a lot of opportunity to show people the value of having other species around for themselves, but also when they start to empathise with the non-human, that also changes their worldview in a way that's really valuable.
I think that's a really interesting idea, empathy with the non-human, and also challenging people's assumptions about where nature is. I recently moved to an apartment in the CBD, and someone said to me, "Don't you miss nature?" And I said, "I see more birds in the CBD than I ever did in Fitzroy, because I was in a terraced house where I could only see the sky just above our little backyard, whereas I see flocks of birds every day. And I'm much more appreciative of the idea of the city as a habitat for birds, for example." But it sounds that one of the things connecting both of your comments and also to Maddie's comments and George's earlier, that one of the themes might be where not to build, when not to build. So whether it's in bushfire-prone areas or whether it's on the edge of the city, whether it's on areas that might affect a habitat and so on. Is that something that you are thinking about as well, when not to urbanize, where not to urbanize?
I was thinking in terms of the equity question and realising we're getting the 2-minute wrap up. I was thinking my mind was turned to nature strips. Now, if anyone's ever tried to plant out their nature strip with some native vegetation and had the council kind of come down hard on you, I think you talk about equity. To me, I'm very interested in the way that local government, particularly these very local levels, we have very inherited sort of system of regulation that's based on a lot of very outdated values. So the values and ideologies that are embedded in these sort of local regulations, where we're trying to animate this relationship with nature and the environment, is really inhibited by some very antiquated regulatory frameworks. So to me, equity lies in looking for the ways that regulations and policies that are designed around space actually have impact on people, and sometimes intended and other times are sort of downstream. And I think that's where I see this sort of ground up sort of, you know, at a municipal level, that there's a much bigger role for that kind of relationship between best practice, activism, government policy and behavioural change. And that's the kind of thing that we're trying to research and add value to.
Thank you. And just as a final thought, given Alan mentioned the rules around planning and design and so on, and we're thinking about empathy with non-human species, and you mentioned planning regulations and so on. I'm originally a lawyer, and so just as one little thing to think about is whether or not animals can have legal standing. And there have been attempts to argue, like on behalf of the Leadbeater's possum, I think, there was a case involving a logging in Victoria. And so the lack of empathy that law has for non-human species is perhaps something that we have to challenge. So that's just a side issue. I have to end now, but please join me in thanking our panelists, Alan Park, Kirsten Paris, Andy Brown. And I'm going to hand over to Alexi Trundle, who is going to invite the audience to reflect on what we've heard so far.
Thanks very much, Alison. My name's Alexi Trundle. I'm the Associate Director International of the Centre, and as our guests move from the stage, I think we actually have some gifts for you before you completely disappear off into the far end. So I think Kathy might find you as you come through. I'm conscious that, courtesy of Jarrah Catering, we have some wonderful morning tea that has now arrived. And I don't want to keep you from that, because I think one of the great things about these sorts of in-person events in particular is getting to know the other people that are in the room. You will, however, see there are a bunch of pieces of paper and pens, and I don't think there are any stickers, but there are some sticky notes on each of your tables. One of the things that we reflected on in the first two events that we held, the Symposium the year before and the year before that, there are sort of two elements, I suppose. The first was that the first two had pretty serious and heavy tropes through them. Difficult urban questions and why is urban change so hard? And as you'll see, we're trying to go for something a little bit lighter that's a bit more full of hope and enjoyment and pleasure and envisaging the future cities that we want to have and that we think that all of you might want to have as well. So before we do go to morning tea, we're not going to use the pens and paper just yet, but please take 5 minutes just to introduce yourself to the other people at your table and maybe just bring one thing, whether it's frogs, the resilience of First Nations people, or any of the other themes that we've heard this morning, or something else that is really a passion for you in the way that you see your cities. From 11, we're going to move through the doors that are just in the middle there, and I'll ring that rather noisy bell just as we get to 11 o'clock, and again 5 minutes before 11:30 when we wrap. And we'll be coming straight back in here at 11:30 for the next session. So please do come through promptly. That bell is rather loud and annoying. I really don't want to have to ring it twice. And I will be a stern timekeeper. So we've got about 5 minutes, please. Just a quick introduction to those of you at your table and something that you're passionate about in cities, just to kind of contextualise you, and then we'll ring the bell and move through to morning tea. Thank you.
All right. Welcome back, everyone, to our next session. My name is Lutfunnaha Lotha. Everyone calls me Lotha. That's kind of not my family name. That's my preferred name. I'm a senior lecturer in the School of Social and Political Sciences here, and I'm a center fellow with the Melbourne Centre for Cities. And I'm part of the organizing committee, so I'm working with Kathy, kind of organizing everything for this symposium. And in this session, what are we going to do is we would hear from our 4 early career researchers, amazing 4 researchers' work on different issues like housing, and then Jess is doing something on interesting toilet, and Lauren would talk about her project on kind of coding and teaching things. So Lauren Adams, Merrick Morley, Dennis, and then Jessie. So these are our 4 presenters today. But before we hear their presentations, I would like to remind you, you can keep writing about your reflections from the last session, or what you think, how our new urban era could look like. So you can feel free to write some points maybe, or draw some pictures. I know there are many architects and planners probably in the room. So feel free to draw, you can do whatever you feel like. So just would love to see some of your reflections on the paper. So you got paper on your table, and then there are many color pencils. So just reflect on what do you think of what our new urban era look like. What do you want, or how do you think our cities should be designed, or how can we change our cities? So without further ado, we don't really have much time for this session. So I'm going to welcome Lauren, is our first speaker. So Lauren is going to present now. 6 minutes, and this is in Pachakucha format, so hopefully everyone will enjoy the way they're going to present. Over to you, Lauren.
Thanks, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay? All right, I'm not quite sure where to look, so... all right, this is a video, so if you could just hit play, that would be great. Now, the specific things our governing authorities choose to regulate and the methods they use to evaluate compliance tell a story about what we as a society collectively value. Put simply, I think that building and planning regulations ask 2 questions of proposed building projects. First, is this good enough? And then, how do we know? In other words, regulatory compliance hurdles inscribe bare minimum standards of acceptability beyond which we as spatial practitioners are free to exercise our design intent. But I also think that the space between bare minimum compliance and design intent has collapsed under the weight of increasing design automation and aggressive cost management. Our regulations seem to be proliferating and losing efficacy all at the same time. So many years ago now, I began to wonder what the world might be like if building and planning regulations were written by poets, or maybe storytellers or artists or philosophers, or maybe a glitchy artificial amalgamation of these writers. So in 2019, I began to iteratively write and rewrite building and planning codes, standards, statutes, policies, regulations, guidelines, legislation, using a suite of glitchy natural language processing bots that I'd trained with bespoke data sets of poetry, fiction, and descriptive prose. This project is called Regulatory Nonsense, and it was also a pedagogical project. For 8 consecutive semesters between 2020 and 2023, I ran a regulatory nonsense design studio in the accredited Masters of Architecture program at RMIT. There was a pilot studio, then regulatory nonsense danger zone, wrong, slutspurt, messy batches, the vibe of the thing, possessed, and strata party. Our focus shifted across these studios, but in all of the studios, the students had 2 main tasks. First, they had to design a new regulation. They did this using a pre-trained model called GPT and GPT-2 that I set up in Google Colab. This was pre-ChatGPT, so no shiny, smooth interfaces here. Students sometimes worked individually, sometimes they worked in groups. They had to create their own data sets of poetry, fiction, and descriptive prose. They had to prompt their bots with excerpts from existing regulation, and they had to assemble their regulations in a kind of collage, cut and paste manner. These were glitchy and thick and ambiguous regulations, but broadly we were really interested in the ways that the language of regulation can open up or foreclose possibilities for design. We explored semantic satiation in performance-based regulation. We explored how numbers were often insufficient proxies for good enoughness, and how specific linguistic conventions were used to streamline conflict resolution. I put it to students that regulations are documentary instances of what the science and technology studies scholar Bruno Latour calls shared matters of concern. They are not indisputable matters of fact, but objects, issues, and things around which relevant parties gather to passionately differ and dispute. The second thing the students did was design some architecture, because it was an architecture studio. Sometimes I prescribed the site, but I rarely prescribed the type, program, or scale. In one task called the antagonist, students had to design the worst possible architecture that was still technically compliant with a classmate's regulation. And it was up to students to decide what kind of architecture they needed to create. Again, we were interested in the ways that language of regulation can open up or foreclose possibilities for design. And we wanted to use the glitchy linguistic bots to do things that we couldn't do ourselves as human authors. Amy Howard, for example, synthesised all the big boys of architectural theory in a kind of algorithmic seance, and then deliberately misinterpreted their instructions in a series of acts of malicious compliance. Oscar Casper set 2 chatbots in dialogue, one trained on the NCC and another trained on transcript from celebrity house tours of Architectural Digest. Caleb Lee paid close attention to modal verbs while using characters from Agatha Christie to create a co-authored heritage covenant, while Albany Flanagan saw heritage overlays as kind of monstrous amalgams, so she created Frankenstein's monster going to the public pool. In Possessed, which was about property and hauntology, Haido used Mark Fisher's Weird and Eerie to create a spectrum of residential weirdness along a single street axis. Hannah Lim's brilliant New Newness launched from a global moratorium on new construction. What becomes of the building code if there are no new buildings? How do we satisfy our thirst for newness? Across these 8 semesters, projects range from the practical, like Jess Burke's witty take on the mildly inconvenient but not life-threatening building defects which turned water ingress into a water feature, to the fantastical, like Sean Seo's speculative fiction of underground quarry dwellers. Along the way, students were asked to be nimble in their disciplinary positioning. They had to toggle back and forth between the reciprocal roles of policymaker and architect, juggling demands of rulemaking for all, alongside their own design intent. I also really wanted students to remember that when a spatial practitioner produces the evidentiary documentation required to demonstrate regulatory compliance to an authority, she's also producing an argument for the worthiness or the good enoughness of a building to be constructed. Now, buildings have always been violent constructs, but to construct a building in the midst of worsening anthropogenic climate change, catastrophic biodiversity loss, and escalating global labour precarity is especially fraught. How can we be sure that a building is worthy of the raw material it must devour, of the emissions it will inevitably produce, of the waste and pollution it leaves in its wake, of the multi-species communities it seeks to displace, of the hours and months of labour, of the hours and months and years of life it absorbs as labour? Perhaps the proliferating counts and measurements that inscribe clear thresholds between compliance and non-compliance are only getting us further away from the 2 questions our regulations ask of us. Is this any good, and how do we know? So in regulatory nonsense, we use poetry, ambiguity, and nonsense to make the act of demonstrating compliance messier and necessarily more participatory. This forces us to return to each other, to gather around our shared matters of concern and passionately differ and dispute whether our architecture is good enough and how we know. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. So next is Meg. Meg, do you want to use? Yeah. So we're going to hear from them first and then...
Talk later. Cool. Okay. Alrighty, so from regulation to apartment buildings, which is what I'm going to be talking about today. But first, we need to talk about this house. This house is not just a house, but it's a story. And stories shape and reshape our expectations and understandings of ourselves as well as our societies. Already today, we have heard from many great minds about the effects of such stories. This story is about the Kerrigan family in the cult classic movie, The Castle. I'm sure many of you will have seen it before. So in a nutshell, the Kerrigan family neighbourhood successfully defend their houses from being acquired for a new airport runway. "It's not a house, it's a home," became an important catchphrase for those who own property to carry out their dreams without being interfered with. And home is an emotionally charged practice involving territory, security, identity, and so on. It's complex, changing, and universal. But it's more than a story. It is the great Australian ideology. Even today, 3 detached houses are built for every new apartment across Melbourne. And as Georgia Burks has told us earlier, we're moving too slow. We already know about the socio-economic and environmental downfalls of the quarter-acre block, but how are the other building typologies performing? Are they able to facilitate the dream or alternative aspirations? So after 4 years, this is where my research can finally come into play. I've looked at 4 positive deviants, projects that are better than your typical high-density development. These projects are argued to create livable homes, social connection, and community resilience. Importantly, they all include communal areas for residents to use, and before moving in, there were different types of resident processes, like meet and greets, neighbourhood walks, construction updates, and even co-designed workshops. This is the life between apartments, but we need to know whether the rhetoric matches the reality. And so findings from the focus groups and the surveys overwhelmingly showed positive perceptions of these 4 buildings. Residents felt connected to each other, trusted decision makers, and were proud of where they lived. They valued those processes and getting to know each other before moving in too. Self-reported evidence of using the communal areas varied across and within each of these 4 buildings. So here is a shared laundry in co-home, and that's used by 95% of residents weekly or more, and acts like an extension of their individual apartment home. Conversely, some spaces were poorly utilised. So 85% of residents at Franklin Street had never used this kids' space, and its location next to a dog washing area was not viewed positively, confusing a lot of residents and the families that did live in the building. So problems of the buildings were identified and analysed too. The most common issues were resolving defects, nearby construction noise in the neighbourhood, and resident conflict. But these issues were not widespread. So with limited exceptions, the overall picture is a positive one. But before we clap our hands to celebrate these positive deviants, we need to carefully assess if there are other reasons for these findings. We cannot lose sight of the fact that these are new apartment buildings and they affect how people feel about themselves, about each other, and about their new dwellings. So previous research has already shown that housing satisfaction tends to improve after voluntary relocation. And so this is known to occur for owner-occupiers or renters as well. And so both types of residents live across these 4 buildings. So what's at stake is how these buildings perform over time, over generations, over the seasons. Described as the 4th tier of governance, owners' corporations have a lot of influence over resident dynamics. The case studies all reported bullying, not all, but there were reports of bullying, meeting fatigue, lack of resident agency, and communication asymmetries. And as residents inevitably change across these 4 buildings, will these positive beginnings translate into continued connectedness, trust, and the ability to manage the building spaces and finances? And what about the families? How do these buildings hold our children? 36% of the surveyed residents indicated a lack of dwelling space as a living challenge, and was far higher than the other types of households living in the buildings. So clearly more research is needed to understand how these buildings fare over time. So if we genuinely want to make apartments as desirable as the quarter-acre block, we need to continue to adapt and design new ways of homemaking in these shared contexts. I would suggest that this focuses on these interplays between the pink and the blue kind of words that I've described here. To conclude then, apartments will never be the same as castles. While some would see this as a bad thing, I see it as an opportunity to re-diagnose the problem before us. Different communities will be placed differently along the homemaking spectrum. So why don't we empower these communities to achieve their goals through planning, property, materials, finance, design, and so on. These are the key levers of the apartment ecosystem. So to all the Daryl Kerrigans out there, don't tell me that I'm dreaming. Tell me how we can shape better stories about the apartment era. Thank you.
Okay, so this is a snapshot of the context for my research on the complexities of retrofitting multi-titled apartment buildings. That is, regular apartment buildings where each apartment is separately titled. And by retrofit, I mean building scale changes to improve the sustainability of the block. Climate change is coming to our cities. Current projections indicate that we can expect increased frequency and intensity of extreme weather. The majority of buildings that will exist in the developed world in 2050 have already been built, so will need to be retrofitted to maintain their habitability. There are a lot of apartments in Australia. At 16% of the total housing stock, apartments are a large and growing section of the Australian housing market. Census data shows that around 2.5 million people live in apartments, or about 1 in 10 Australians. This means that the operating efficiency and sustainability of apartment buildings has significance not only to those who own and inhabit them, but also to the wider community. There's a lot to gain by retrofitting them. Although there's a lot to gain, very few owners are able to get a sustainability retrofit project up for their building. Apartment retrofit projects involve complex buildings operating within complex regulatory environments. So why is it so hard? Well, I'm going to take you through the top 5 reasons why multi-titled apartment retrofits are so hard, starting with reason number 5. Owners don't know what can be done. The sustainability retrofit industry doesn't understand apartments, and owners may be unaware of how climate change will affect their building and how to improve its resilience. For example, apart from improving accessibility, owners can think about stormwater harvesting, green walls, rain gardens, permeable paving, plants for pollinators, solar systems, EV charging, LED lights, insulation, heat pumps, shading, fly screens, secure bike parking, double glazing, nature-sensitive lighting. Reason number 4, owners are on their own. They're generally not eligible for government rebates in the way that houses are, for solar systems, for example, and the committees are unpaid and untrained volunteers managing the building. For example, commercial property retrofits generally have a single owner who has access to professional advice controlling the goal and budget. In contrast, the client for an apartment project is represented by a committee of unpaid and untrained volunteers. Reason number 3, apartments are complex buildings, which makes them more difficult than retrofitting a commercial building. They differ in their construction materials and systems from similarly sized commercial buildings. Say you want to switch from gas stoves to induction cooktops. Gas connections from each apartment will need to be decommissioned and wiring upgraded to handle the increased load. Changes to embedded services at a whole building level will likely require upgrades to the electricity substation. Reason number 2, the rules for operating a multi-titled apartment building are complex, with complex processes that you need to follow in addition to building a case and convincing your fellow owners to invest in a retrofit. Getting approval from the majority of owners can be a lengthy process entailing legal advice, cost estimates or quotes, project finance strategies and minimum periods of notice before a proposal goes to all owners to vote on, either via an ordinary or special resolution. The number one reason apartment retrofits are so hard, people have to agree. Resident owners and investors may have divergent interests. The majority of owners may be motivated to select the lowest cost option rather than the best choice for the longer term. For example, payback terms matter for both owner-occupiers and investors as turnover in apartment ownership is high. But making reliable estimates is complex because occupant behaviour may have a greater impact on performance. So you can see there are many complexities involved with multi-titled apartment retrofits. People all over the world are working on this. There's a global need for apartment retrofit to become mainstream practice. And this is a problem that needs a variety of solutions. My research is focusing on the experience of groups of owners here in Melbourne and how they manage to create more sustainable buildings. Their stories will contribute a small but important piece to the evidence we're building on sustainable apartment retrofits. Thanks.
So the site of this presentation is the public toilet at night, a place we all try to avoid, not because we do not need to use them, but because they're not the kind of facilities we want to use. One thing I realised when joining the night shift project was the importance of these facilities to night shift workers. In Australia, toilets in public space always seem to be an afterthought, fitting all the negative stereotypes of being unpleasant, dirty and smelly. For night shift workers, the structural and spatial arrangements of their work means that many depend on these facilities at some point during the shift. Public toilets also seem to be a place that connects the experiences, conditions and voices of the night shift workers we interviewed across Adelaide, Canberra and Melbourne. We estimate that upwards of 1 million Australian workers could be considered as night workers, working mainly between the hours of 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. In addition to interviewing workers, we applied night walks as a method to immerse ourselves within the nocturnal rhythms of the night and develop a more nuanced understanding of the spatial and temporal dimensions afforded to night shift workers. This map, coming up in a second, will show Melbourne's public toilets open within the CBD during the daytime. Some are located in public spaces such as the street and parks or at train stations. There are also other toilets located in private locations such as fast food restaurants, malls, hotels that are not shown on this map. This next map will show the toilets that are available in the city at 2 a.m. Some of the facilities shown here are locked after hours but remain pinned. And what is interesting is when you Google some of the other toilets, there's a mix of operating hours adding to the confusion of their availability. Being able to use a pleasant toilet facility was often a key consideration for how workers move through the city on their shift or on their journey home. Workers highlighted how toilets were often either too locked up, too inconvenient, or just felt too gross to use. For care workers, like paramedics, their shift is set against the oscillating intensities of the city at night. They rush across the city from emergency to emergency. They rush across the city from emergency to emergency. Focusing on the care of others, workers reported holding on partly because of the difficulty in finding time to use these toilets and partly because they preferred to wait than to use other facilities. Similar to paramedics, delivery rides move throughout the entire city. One worker we spoke with worked from 9 p.m. to 3 a.m. He based himself between orders at Crown Casino, partly because he had access to consistent orders and partly because the toilet facilities there were clean, well-lit and secure. At 3 a.m., while the rest of the city sleeps, workers from the waste cleansing teams and horticultural teams of the City of Adelaide set out from the depot to repair and reorder the city. As they moved through the city streets, public toilets were often the only practical option before shops opened at 6 a.m. When we raised the issues of toilets with the workers, some joked about the disgusting scenes they've witnessed, others refused to use them, and one worker spoke about how he avoids eating breakfast and his morning coffee to evade his bodily needs. What all these workers described were ways to avoid using the public toilets. It highlights how culturally sites of waste and excretion are things we prefer to ignore. This next emoji was created in Japan and spread across the globe. It came up again and again in reviews of toilets in Australia. I think there's something we can learn about the toilet culture in Japan. The Tokyo Toilet Project aims to transform the city's toilets into surprisingly beautiful, clean, and accessible places. While travelling through Japan, my partner and I visited the toilets in Perfect Days, which follows a movie which follows a maintenance worker and his care for these facilities. The toilets were designed to be spaces symbolising a place of kindness, and because of their construction was viewed as the halfway point, how they function over time as places of kindness was what really mattered. One thing that struck me about the toilets was the use of light. They avoided over-illuminated downlighting, using layers of light to frame the buildings and the spaces inside. And in doing so, it playfully created a sense of place that reflected the local community's needs at both times of the day. And so to conclude, I want to circle back to Australian public toilets. The 24-hour toilets in Melbourne and other cities exist, they're functional and accessible, but what the workers we spoke with wanted was something so basic that we do it in every other workplace, a toilet that's comfortable to use and pleasant. What I hope we can learn from this is how we use public toilets to craft a sense of place that is inclusive and reflective of the growing needs of the people living and working in the city at all hours of the day. And considering this, how could we design and plan public toilets for the night shift worker? And how can we make our toilets more circular, both within our daily rhythms and within the natural environment, as places that value comfort and kindness alongside functionality? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all presenters. So I think we don't have really time for questions to our presenters, but you can ask them questions during the lunch break. The next kind of 5 to 10, we have 10 minutes, right? Just 5 minutes? Okay. Okay, so 5 minutes for question? Okay. We'll allow questions. So you heard like apartments, buildings in Melbourne and then retrofitting, regulatory nonsense, and Jesse's talk on toilets. So please feel free to ask our center representatives if you have any questions about their projects. Anyone has any questions? Yes.
Hi, thank you so much. It was fascinating talks. I just want to ask about, we talked about kind of retrofitting and also, apartment living as well. Wanted to find out about, there seems to be, body corp managers seem to play a pivotal role in, creating spaces, for people to know what to be able to do in their buildings. However, they seem to be often focused on maintenance and just fixing things up rather than necessarily looking ahead. how do we start to even engage, I guess, this certain sector of the industry when there seems to be a big focus on just getting through it or doing just what needs to be done?
You're right that the strata managers or body corp managers have a very important role. But I think the question is really how do we get the committees, how do we get the owners to think about these issues? Because it's their building, they've got the authority as well as the responsibility, and the manager's really there to assist in what their vision is for their home.
Yeah, and I'll just add that, okay, so body corp, owners corp managers, they're not, it's really just adding to your point there that it's the people who run the owners corporation, not the owners corporation managers. They are there to help the owners of the apartment building. So I think sometimes that gets lost, unfortunately. What else comes to mind? Nothing right now. Yeah, sorry, nothing right now.
Any other questions?
Thanks, Kathy. My question is to Merrick. Merrick, you mentioned apartments will never be the same as the castle, that quarter-acre block detached house that is tied with the Australian housing dream, right? So have you asked any question to your participants, like what kind of materialities they actually assign with that Australian dream? Do they even dream of a house or something? Or what they actually dream about when they're thinking about their ontological security?
Yep, that's a great question. I didn't ask any direct question about what, I didn't ask that question. I did, so a lot of my research is framed around community resilience, and I was looking away to try and make it more palatable for today's presentation. So that's why I kind of thought a bit more about the Great Australian Dream. However, it led me to that idea about homemaking, and I'm finding that that's where a lot of these ideas flow over from the detached home to the apartment dwelling. And importantly, I had those keywords in the blue and the pink, and I don't think I'm not sure if I got the message across probably as well as I wanted to, but I think in apartment living, these shared contexts, we might have to be able to balance those between privacy and communality in a different way than we would do when we live in a castle in a detached home. So I think we need to have more conversations about how we can get those mixes right for different people living in different areas across Melbourne, across regional Victoria, wherever it may be. I think that's a global kind of question. Yeah. No.
Thanks, everyone. Any last questions? Anything? No? Everyone is good? All right, let's give a big clap to all our presenters now. So I'll give you like 5 minutes. We have probably 5 minutes before our next session. So I can see all the pages are still kind of white in every table. Oh, and yeah, and you will get some gifts. So yeah, if you go, Kathy will hand over those presents to you. Yeah. So thank you very much. Everyone, can you please just write something on your reflection? So we heard about Australian dream, Australian housing, apartments, toilets. So if anything comes up, like what kind of amenities we need to provide to make our cities kind of an equitable cities, a better living kind of city environment. So if anything comes up, you can draw, as I have said before. So you can draw or you can just talk and write your reflections on those papers. So we have like 5 minutes. So, yeah, and keep chatting with each other in your table.
brand themselves, to position themselves as places to do business, as places to live, and so forth. And so we started to see all sorts of indices, metrics, and so forth being established to try and make sense of what's going on at the city scale around the world. And so certain cities came to be seen as particular leaders in particular regards, and obviously we're in Melbourne, and for some years Melbourne held the supposed title of the world's most livable city, a bit of a blessing and a curse in one index. And so cities, and then there was a proliferation of indices. I don't have them all in my head, but lots of different indices trying to measure different kinds of urban positioning for cities. That process, I think, has shifted a bit, because we started to see, well, in that phase, we started to see leading cities around livability and different things. Barcelona, for example, is a smart city leader and so forth. I think we've seen a bit of a breaking down of that notion that an individual city can be seen as the universal leader in urbanisation. I think we've started to see cities around the world becoming a bit more nuanced in the way that they position themselves within this global sphere, and starting to work out what their own comparative advantage is, not trying to compete on every metric or certain metrics with every other city, trying to work out their own comparative advantage, where they sit within that kind of global urban context, and working out what best suits them in terms of the positioning that they take, and what they lead on and what they lag on. But there's still quite a lot of comparison that goes on. It's not necessarily competitive comparison. Excuse me, I inhaled a bit of pollen on the way up from RMIT. But also we've seen national governments start to take stronger roles in understanding the cities within their jurisdictions, partly because of the economic importance of cities, and the national economies have become more dependent on cities for national prosperity. But national government's starting to take a stronger role for economic reasons, but also for environmental reasons. So climate change, for example, big global agreements around climate change are signed by national governments, but they have to be enacted through national systems, and cities are important nodes within climate commitments. So national governments have started to see themselves as facilitating and enabling the cities within their jurisdictions, and those of you watching federal politics in Australia will know that we're currently developing a national urban policy for Australia, and there is now a program, particularly run by UN Habitat, OECD and the Cities Alliance around the world, to try and understand and enable national level urban policy making to happen. I've had a bit of a hand in that. And so cities in the context of countries are also looking around the world and seeing where they're positioned in terms of various objectives. But there's a bit of subtlety to it. It's not, let's all look to New York, or let's all look to London, or let's all look to Tokyo or whoever as the leading light to follow. It's a bit more nuanced, and I think we're also starting to see, as part of that, regional comparisons occurring where cities look to their peers nearby. I do a bit of work in New Zealand, and New Zealand over the last decade has really started to look to Australia and widen its scope for learning from Australian cities, and there's a bit more knowledge exchange going across the Tasman. In Asia, for example, cities like Singapore and Hong Kong, Japan as well, more the advanced economies, for example, have been leading lights for some of the developing countries like Vietnam, for example. Ho Chi Minh City is looking to Singapore as an example of, or Japan as exemplars of where to emulate in their own urban policy. So I think we've seen this shift from, here's the new sort of universal exemplar city, to a bit more nuancing and a bit more sophistication in terms of individual follower cities as to where they look to for the leadership that they aspire to.
Great. Thank you. Over to Anna. Yeah, so as Sarah mentioned, I'm research fellow in urban studies at the Melbourne Centre for Cities, and a lot of my work revolves around kind of nighttime economies, and I work on the night shift project with Professor Alison Young and Jessie, who is in the room here, who heard speak earlier. And I'm very excited with the Night Shift project and nighttime economies, that in the draft National Urban Policy, nighttime economy is mentioned several times, which I'm very excited to see kind of where that goes. So when I think about what it means to be a leading city in this new era, I believe it's crucial to acknowledge the 24-hour nature of urban life. Traditionally, cities have been designed and governed around a daytime model, but the reality is that cities do not sleep. They operate continuously, with economies, services and communities thriving after dark. The cities that will lead in the future are those that embrace this reality and ensure that their policies, infrastructure and governance meet the needs of all their residents, whether they are active during the day or during the night. A leading city understands that nighttime workers, industries and spaces are all integral to urban life. This includes everyone from healthcare professionals and logistics workers to hospitality staff and creatives. It's not just about keeping the lights on, but also about creating safe, accessible and vibrant spaces for all, regardless of the hour. Globally, we've seen more than 80 cities establish nighttime and 24-hour economy governance models. These include London, Montreal and Amsterdam, just to name a few. It's in places closer to home, however, such as the City of Sydney and New South Wales Government, that I'm seeing leading the way in this space. After years of restrictive lockout laws, Sydney is now investing in revitalising its nighttime economy, with a nighttime economy manager embedded within the City of Sydney for many years. And now we have the appointment of a 24-hour economy commissioner for New South Wales, and also a minister for nighttime economy in New South Wales. And I believe that they have a budget for this financial year of $54 million to support the nighttime economy. So it's a big developing area. In my work, I see a city's government's focus on its nighttime economy as a key indicator of urban leadership. How well a city manages its after-dark activities reveals much about its inclusivity, public safety and resilience. Cities that excel in this area don't just see the nighttime as an economic opportunity, but as an essential part of social life that needs to be nurtured and protected. One example of how this is playing out in our research at the centre is through the Night Shift project, which is investigating how cities can better support night workers, particularly street cleansing and maintenance workers in the City of Adelaide, music and hospitality workers in Canberra, and health, homelessness and delivery workers in Melbourne. We are investigating the conditions, contributions, voices and spaces of nighttime work in Australian cities, collaborating with local governments and industry experts to advance night literacy in urban development. And I'm also really excited that, again, in New South Wales, they are looking at a workforce, a 24-hour workforce strategy as part of the 24-hour economy commissioner's role. Leading cities are already recognising that urban governance must adapt to ensure that these workers aren't left behind. Ultimately, leading cities in this new urban era will be those that prioritise inclusivity across all hours of the day and think beyond the traditional 9 to 5.
Wonderful. Thank you. And over to Julian.
Wonderful. Folks, earlier this year, Taylor Swift performed the biggest concert of her career. 96,000 people in the MCG. I was one of them. This was a big day for Swifties. So there was this aerial footage of the MCG surrounded by parklands that went viral online. All of the Swifties saw it. And these were some of the comments from the American fans. Where does everyone park? Where is the parking lot? I'm trying to figure out where all the cars are. How does this stadium work? Is the parking around the seating? Brilliant. You get to go to a great concert and then you get to make fun of Americans. Now, this is something that I reflected on. Because for them, they just truly could not understand the concept, nor had they ever encountered the idea that you could have hundreds of thousands of people, 100,000 people, in the same place, but without a car park. And for me, that's a really important lesson, because while it is fun to make fun of Americans, sometimes we are the American Swifties making bad decisions about the way we get around. Because while it is bizarre, the idea that you would drive from NCG to watch a game of footy, it is not bizarre, the idea that you would drive to school. It is not bizarre in our culture, the idea that you would drive to work. It is not bizarre in our culture, the idea that you would drive to the shop. So what I'd love to just kind of share is this simple idea. Now, we are a bunch of city nerds. We are not representative of the population either. But I make videos. I make videos about design in Melbourne and cities. So I get this experience of what people are interested in, as well as being a bit on the inside. And here's my take. So often we're trying to solve this problem. How do we make our cities more quiet? How do we make our cities more green? How do we make our cities safer? And the answer to so many of these things, I think, is simple. Get rid of cars. So when we try to explore the idea of the volume of the city, as we learned during COVID, cities aren't loud, cars are loud. Get off the road and the place becomes much quieter. When the idea is like, where do we find places for car parks? And oh my God, when the NIMBYs come out there, it's been a big week for NIMBYs, hasn't it? If we remove a range of car parks, this suddenly becomes a lot simpler. And I think that this is kind of my one point, because we're only allowed to have 3 minutes that I'd really love to share. I think this is something which is simple, but it's certainly not easy. This thing becomes a lot of complexity at the moment. If you live out of Melbourne, there really is no way you could live a comfortable life without driving around. But I think this becomes a challenge that we need to solve. As the quote goes, a great city is not one where the poor have cars, but rather where the rich take public transport. Now, this is not easy. I once made a video and an article about trucksills, these monstrous-sized vehicles that are hitting our streets. And I shared this with the world. And let's be honest, some people are very, very possessive of their trucksills. I've been called a soy boy cuck in a city who doesn't even know how to drive. So look, this is a challenge, but I think it becomes one of the great challenges that we're facing. So I think the leadership of what cities looks like is looking to the past. Melbourne has the biggest tram network in the entire world. Swanston Street is the biggest tram route on the planet Earth. And it's not because we built the biggest tram route on the planet, it's because we didn't rip it up. So I think the ways that I'll just finish up by saying, when I walked out of the MCG that day with tens of thousands of fellow Swifties, it was one of the most efficient ways to do it. Here's some quick stats for you. Walking outside the MCG, we moved 19,000 people per hour in the width of a single car lane. On a tram, that number's 22,000. If that was rail, that number's 100,000 people. If we drove, we could move just 2,000 people each. That's why I think this is our leading era. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So those are some really nice kind of kick-off points and really diverse set of perspectives on what do we mean by leading cities. I'll just quickly run through the panel just to hear from you, one or two really quick examples of where you're seeing leading cities in this new urban era in your work or from your from the point of view of our various research perspectives. Maybe you will go back.
Sure, look, I think I did my PhD in transport design, and I think I got it wrong. I think I thought the idea was that if we built new types of vehicles, I'm an engineer, I'm a designer, if we built this new, sexy, sleek e-bike, and we told people how good it is, then they'd take it up. And it's just not the case, and nor do we need to. The bicycle is one of the most efficient vehicles ever created. If you just look at calories per metre per person, we've not really improved it. Actually, chucking on a bit of e-motor makes it a little bit better. It's so much more efficient than any technology that's come up there. And as I said, the way to move the most number of people is heavy rail, and it's not been improved, and I don't see flying cars, self-driving cars doing any better. So I think the vision is the year 1850, when we solve transport. Let's go back there.
Yep, those of us that could vote in 1850. Anna.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, working on the night shift project. I suppose for me, with the nighttime economy and the research, my PhD research that I've just completed, I found that this kind of nighttime economy agenda has very much been driven by that entrepreneurial approach, I suppose. However, I think that I'm really kind of been thinking about how do we compete with other cities
Great, thanks.
In terms of work I'm currently doing, I guess I'm doing a bit of work in Vietnam at the moment, and as I mentioned in my opening remarks, cities in Vietnam are looking to the objective that the national government has set around becoming the country becoming a high-income country by 2045, and they recognise that urbanisation is a really critical part of that. But where they're looking to for their exemplars is not the West in the traditional sense, like Europe, North America, or really Australasia. They're looking to other East Asian countries as to where they get their inspiration. Korea, Japan in particular, but also Singapore. And I think that's quite interesting because in the more colonial era of urban development in Southeast Asia, they might have looked to, say, the UK or perhaps North America in the post-war period rather than to their own region. This is actually having some sort of interesting kind of consequences, and that's probably not quite the right word, but interesting effects because, Singapore being a bit of a leading light within Southeast Asia, the first master plan for Singapore was actually developed by Australian consultants who were hired by the UN to help Singapore in its immediate years post-independence, working off the National Capital Development Authority model that was operating in Canberra at the time, which in turn was inspired by the Garden City model that Ebenezer Howard had developed in the early days of urban planning thinking. So even though Southeast Asia is kind of a region unto itself now in terms of its own inspiration, if you kind of trace that history back, you can see actually some of the leading planning ideas of the early 20th century were influential there. But of course they've been evolved and developed a whole lot further. There's another nuance to this in the sense that the suburban rail loop, which Melbourne is now rolling out, part of the inspiration for the suburban rail loop was when Dan Andrews got on a plane and went to Hong Kong with the Metro rail operator to check out how urban development was coordinated with rail in Hong Kong, came back with that model and is now being applied to the suburban rail loop. So this kind of question of leadership is kind of getting a bit more complicated. We're now getting an Australian city looking to Asia for some of its inspiration, but some of the original template for that was actually from Australia, taken from the UK. So this kind of notion of leadership over time, I think, is a bit more complicated than just let's take something from one place and transplant it to another.
Yeah, thanks. I'm kind of interested in your point about, I think both of you, Anna and Jago, talking about this shift from perhaps a more competition kind of view of rankings, like the leader is the one that comes out the top of the test, or the premier at the end of the season that's beaten everybody else, to leadership as a model of kind of responsibility, of sharing knowledge, and we'll hear from Tiffany Crawford later, but that's my interpretation of the City of Melbourne, where it sees itself as a leader, is about doing things first, testing, learning, helping, and then helping other cities to come along that pathway, particularly around climate and environment. So perhaps, Julian, can you think of any examples in transport where perhaps that idea of leadership is not about, necessarily topping the ranks of who's got the most people on bikes, but how can leadership be about that kind of sense of responsibility and bringing other cities along? And then perhaps, Anna, you might expand a little bit more on what you were starting to say there about the nighttime, and Jago can chip in.
It's always tricky to measure what is a city, but some stats say there's around 10,000 cities in the world. The EIU rankings that Melbourne cared so much about, of the 10,000 cities, how many do you reckon they evaluate to rank? 180. They ignore 98% of cities, and then they gave Melbourne's the most livable city, and we're like, yeah, number one, if you ignore 98% of the others. Look, I do love the idea of exploring cities that aren't just the traditional ones. I think that's great, things we could take from our Asian friends. In Japan, you cannot buy a car unless you've got proof you've got a place to put it. So they don't have a lot of street parking. That's just not the way. It means their streets can be a lot narrower. In Singapore, to buy a car, you need a permit first. It costs $100,000 before you can buy a car. 100 grand first, that gives you not forever, only last for 10 years. So look, there's absolutely some things we could borrow from our Asian friends to make our cities better and also share as well. I think that Vietnam's got some incredible urbanism. Their density of interesting places per metre is about as good as anywhere on earth, Hanoi Central.
Yeah, so I suppose reflecting in terms of the policy mobility, I suppose I mentioned earlier that we have more than 80 cities worldwide that have nighttime economy or 24-hour economy governance. And I'd say that a lot of that has taken place as a result of policy mobility and cities trying to copy one another, emulate what's happening in a different city. I was asked this at a conference kind of a couple of months ago, it was actually through I didn't know which member of the audience had actually asked the question, so I couldn't kind of go back, but they said, our city is struggling in terms of its nighttime economy, what can we do? And it's really very, very much kind of contextual. There isn't kind of a one-size-fits-all in terms of supporting cities at night. It is very much what is best for the people and the environment and what we're kind of working with within those individual contexts. And even within a city, there are kind of so many pockets of activity that need different approaches in terms of that kind of governance. I think there's things that we can look to other cities, you can kind of share ideas and get ideas from other places. But yeah, it's very much contextual, and I see that kind of happening more and more.
Yeah, look, I'd agree with that question of contextualisation, and the sophistication of cities in terms of their thinking about their own context, I think has grown over time, particularly with the increasing professionalisation of urban policy and urban planning, and not just in, I guess, advanced economies like Australia and North America, Europe, but we've seen huge uptake of education and the establishment of a much more professionalised group of experts across the world in terms of urbanisation and urban development, which means that the quality of thinking and the sophistication of thinking is tending to improve. In the past, you might have had a politician from a developing country go and see something in a different country and say, right, we just need to replicate that in our country, and it gets applied in a fairly unsophisticated way, whereas now the technical expertise to think through those questions of nuance and context and so forth, I think is much greater. In the work I've done with UN Habitat on national urban policy, one of the really critical things that city experts said was that their ability to have conversation and dialogue with their peers, either within regional networks of cities or global networks, was really critical, because then they get that exchange, that conversation. But as part of that, it's not just what are you doing, we'll copy it. It's what are you doing, why are you doing it, how does that fit your particular priorities in your city, and then how can we interpret that, adapt that, apply that in the context of our own city. And then you get multiple experts having those kind of conversations. You get really interesting and kind of diverse outcomes in terms of how policies are exchanged, but adapted, evolved, applied in novel ways. I think that's a really interesting feature of the current era.
Yeah, and I guess just finally to wrap up, linking from leading cities into, we'll have a panel later in the afternoon about equitable cities. Anna, I was really taken by your point that leading cities are equitable and for inclusive of everybody for, through a 24-hour kind of cycle of cities. So I'm just interested in how those questions of perhaps sustainability, equity are coming through in our understanding of leading cities globally as a kind of quick finish up, perhaps across the panel.
Yes, these things I have to kind of think quickly on. What am I going to say? So I think for me, the thing that came to mind was the fact that I suppose the nighttime economy agenda, as it's evolved over the last 10 years, it kind of came about in the early stages as a way of thinking about the nighttime economy as something we needed to suppress and regulate, primarily because alcohol-related violence was a big problem in our cities within Australia. Probably about 10 years ago, there was a fabulous lady called Susie Matthews in the city of Sydney who came along, and she did a Churchill Fellowship, went around the world, looked at what could be done, and came back and said, what we actually need to do is not suppress our nighttime economies, but actually think about diversifying the activities and the range of people who are using our cities. And I think that really has kind of shifted the narrative from kind of suppressing to thinking about all the different people who might use our cities at night, and thinking about that kind of 24-hour kind of holistic nature of nighttime that we should be looking at going forward. And I think there's just only kind of more and more that we can do as more people become involved.
Okay, final quick point from...
On accessibility, we're in a cost of living crisis. I think it's a shame that according to RACV, the average cost of car ownership in Australia is now $20,000 per year, and the fact that this is almost mandatory for many, many people and families. So solving that, noting the population's getting older, people have different accessibility needs. Basically, not everyone can drive a car. So if you design a city where the only way to kind of navigate it is to do that, you're essentially locking up people that don't have the abilities to do that. So yeah, I think that accessibility is one of the really most important topics to explore.
Yeah, I guess I'll just round up by thinking through the question of rankings, which we've discussed briefly. But think about frameworks like the SDGs, for example, where we've seen the emergence of voluntary reviews, both at the national level in terms of performance on SDGs, but also cities taking up that model and using that kind of like a ranking scheme, but because it's so multidimensional, it's very difficult for one city to achieve, top score, so to speak, on a whole raft of 17 areas. So cities using kind of those kind of frameworks, but as reflective mechanisms by which they can look across their own profile and say, well, are we achieving on equity as much as we're achieving on economic prosperity or clean water or whatever. So I think that kind of framework is actually quite productive in this kind of leading kind of question.
Fantastic. So that was a really great and rich conversation. So thank you all to all of our panellists, and we'll do a quick thank you. And you get the merch, which you didn't have to queue for in around the MCG. And I'm handing over to Kylie.
Hello everyone. My name is Kylie Soanes. I'll be moderating this session. Is this working? There we go. I'm a research fellow in urban biodiversity at the Melbourne Centre for Cities, although I'm somewhat of an interloper between the Faculty of Science and the Faculty of Architecture. I'm told that's called being interdisciplinary and not filthy interloper, but that's okay. I'd like to welcome to the stage the people who I will be talking to this session. Dr. Melissa Pineda-Pinto and Tiffany Crawford. Yes, clapping is appropriate, thank you. Have a seat. There we go. That way we're not all so far. So, following on from the last session, if you think that leading is a lovely ambiguous term for a researcher, sustainability says hold my beer, because that is a very ambiguous term that people interpret in a lot of different ways, especially when it's applied to cities and development. So the two people I have speaking with me about this and sharing their perspectives on what a sustainable era for cities looks like are Dr. Melissa Pineda-Pinto. She is a Mackenzie Fellow at the Melbourne Centre for Cities, and Tiffany Crawford from the City of Melbourne, who was one of the first Chief Heat Officers, which I think is just a fantastic title. So to kick things off, we're going to start thinking about what sustainability actually means. What are we talking about from each of our respective fields when we think about sustainability? To put my cards on the table as someone who works in biodiversity conservation, when I think about what a sustainable city looks like, it's something that sustains life. So all different, smacking my microphone around, all different forms of life, all different types of plants and animals. How can we cram as much nature into cities as possible? So how do we create future cities where more than just people can live? I might start by throwing that open to Melissa. Do you have a microphone next to you? Perfect. Tell me your thoughts on sustainability in cities. You might need to, is that on, sorry?
Okay, can you hear me now? Knowing that we are the panel that's sitting between you and lunch. So yeah, this is a really interesting question, and it has been actually like really good to reflect on what do we mean by sustainability. And so I suppose that I want to start by saying that in my thinking, I really think that we need to either stop thinking about sustainability, because just as Kylie said, I think it's a really ambiguous, kind of open-ended and problematic concept. One of the reasons is that it seems to use terms terms that we tend to use to describe sustainability are sort of sustain, balance, and it sort of stands between balancing our economic systems and our environmental and ecological systems. And so the problem being that our economic systems tend to be focused on capital accumulation, extraction, consumption, of the social ecological systems of which we depend on. And so as one system grows, keeps growing, the other system keeps depleting and is the system that's deprived. And so when looking at cities, that system that tends to be deprived is, it's urban biodiversity. And then the other thing that I find problematic about the term sustainability, when we look back at kind of like this original definition, this idea of meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs, I think that raises kind of two important questions or two important points. One is whose needs? And again, this kind of comes back to the question, and we have been talking about it throughout the morning. This kind of tends to be quite human-centered and privileges certain groups. It doesn't even consider non-human species and others. And this has also been talked about when we think about sustaining the present to be able to sustain the future, we are completely forgetting about our past. And so if we don't think about past injustices, past harms, and past impacts, I don't see how it's going to be possible to chart futures based on reparation, restoration, and justice. And so I suppose my proposal to rethinking a new urban era has to kind of requires a shift of paradigm. So shifting from the sustainability paradigm to one that perhaps is based on multi-species justice and ideas of multi-species flourishing.
So not just sustaining to see how much more we can carry on the way we are without everything collapsing. Tiffany, what are your thoughts on sustainability?
That's a wonderful segue actually into our work because we actually don't call ourselves urban sustainability anymore in terms of the way that we operate at the city. We're now called climate change and city resilience, and we find that speaks a lot more to not only to residents and to people that use the city but also to all of us operationally. It really brings to life what we're trying to achieve, and that evolution out of using the word sustainability has been really helpful, even though there perhaps wasn't a lot of thinking about why we were transitioning the name. Look, I've been at the city for a long time, and lots of wonderful people have been involved in our work along the way. But I've seen a real shift in in what sustainability not only means to us, but also the level of acceptance within the organisation and outside of it, the level of support that we receive for our work. We've really moved from a special interest area, if you like, a team of maybe 2 to 4 then increasingly growing, operating on the smell of an oily rag. Kathy Oak will remember those days. To now having a very successful team who, we're somewhere between 25 to 30, but then beyond that, we also have other teams as well who are also working on climate action. And it's really considered more of a centric area. It is a core local government operation now, and I love that, but it needs to improve. And something that I'm talking about a lot when I'm asked to speak about local government action and what needs to shift is the importance of addressing the fragmented governance around climate action. I still don't think that there's a general understanding or acceptance of the important role that local government plays by the general public in addressing climate action. I'm not just talking about reducing emissions, which is critical, but perhaps even more critically now, it's adapting for our changing planet. We are rapidly changing, and certainly the work and the focus I job share with Krista Milne, who will be known to some of you, and we're both chief heat officers. And since we've been out talking to the public, talking to the media about our work as chief heat officers, we've noticed that that message really cuts through and that people understand the importance of climate action through the lens of health and equity. And I think that our work around adaptation as local government actors is being better understood, but not well enough. Now, I don't think yet that there's an understanding of the level of funding that's required for local government to prepare its communities, of the level of responsibility that rests on us, the regulatory change that needs to happen in order to equip us to prepare and to adapt for these changing circumstances. So that's anywhere from addressing stormwater. Anyone that's been alive in Melbourne for the last 12 months knows that the weather has been nuts, and that when it rains, it really rains. And growing up, I'm a Melburnian, we didn't experience that. So, we need to prepare our stormwater systems. We need to really think about our cities as sponges so that we don't just have all these hard paved surfaces that are not absorbing these intense water flows. We need to be supporting the green infrastructure and the nature that we need to see and that people want in their cities to sustain life and to keep us healthy. And then to really integrate nature into all of our buildings and built form. And then, I could keep talking forever and you'd have to wrestle the microphone off me, but the final thing I'll say is that we need to be building buildings that last and that are fully adaptable, because if the pandemic's taught us anything really, it's that we don't know what the future need of the city will be or that a future need of a building will be, but we do know that we need to capture that embodied carbon when we construct a building so that we're not knocking them down in 10 years, which is happening. So there's just a few things that are at the top of my mind.
Just a few things. Both of you have talked about shifts in either that you think are needed in the way that we talk about sustainability or in what has happened already in the shift about how the public perception and indeed the governance perception of sustainability. I was wondering if you'd each be able to share with us some projects or initiatives you think that really sort of strike a chord with you in that respect, that are either working towards that shift or have been really pivotal in seeing the shift so far. Melissa, would you like to start?
Yes, sure. Thanks, Kylie. In giving an example, perhaps I'm going to talk about the current project that I'm working on along with Kylie, Ash, Kathy, Judy, which I think she's no longer around, and a few other colleagues around the world, which builds up on research that I had been doing for the last over 2 years on this idea of urban novel ecosystems or anthropogenic landscapes. So these kind of highly human-altered ecosystems, this very particular type of ecosystems, which we have transformed and then have abandoned or, managed less or unmanaged. And they now have a new species composition, something that we have not seen in the historical past. And so these landscapes in themselves, if we're thinking about justice, have already kind of like suffered, a vast range of injustices, species displacement, landscape transformation. So they present kind of a great opportunity to study, these issues. But they also don't tend to be featured really in general in our public kind of imagination as places that could potentially be places to enhance urban biodiversity or tackle climate change, for example. But actually what we are trying to do with this project is trying to say, actually, these neglected, unmanaged, forgotten spaces have potential, and we have them everywhere in our city in Melbourne. But actually, they are universal. We find them in every urban area, and so. With this project, we are trying to explore really kind of like from a place-based approach, using creative techniques such as film, photography, mapping, trying to kind of understand how these forgotten spaces are not only kind of surviving and sustaining, but are also kind of thriving with life. I'll leave the example there, and then we can.
No, that's really interesting because they're, in the way you're describing them, they're not just novel ecosystems, but they're somewhat invisible to people. And if we could work to highlight their value and harness them more, it could definitely contribute to a much more sustainable city. How about you, Tiffany?
I love that. And if you think about our laneways and the work that's been done on greening our laneways, they were forgotten places. And they were places that people would use for waste and sewerage and that's what they were developed for. And now they are one of our most loved assets. And by using these spaces and making them work harder, but also using them to provide nature to people, it's really turned into something beautiful that people now celebrate. I might talk some more a bit about preparing the city for climate and our work as chief heat officers. So we've been in this position as chief heat officers for 2 years, and initially really focused on the short term, but we're also looking to the medium and longer term. So in the shorter term, it was really around communicating with our public and the media, as I said, around the dangers of heat. Many people don't realise that more people, in fact, die in Melbourne from heat-related causes than any other city in Australia, followed very closely by Adelaide. And there's lots of reasons for that I won't go into today that are available online. But we need to ensure that people are prepared. And so one of the more longer term solutions we've been looking at is how do we provide spaces for people and ensure that everybody has access to a cool place within 300 metres of their home. And so sometimes, and we know that from an equity point of view, not everybody has access to air conditioning, and nor do we really want that to be the solution. Or even an openable window. So in public housing, many people can't open windows or doors, and there's some horrendous stories that come out of the public housing towers. So ensuring that we're working with partners, public health agencies, using our libraries and our rec centres to flex those spaces and really make them work harder. And then communicating to people, sometimes in real time, for people experiencing homelessness, for example, that may not be aware of a heat event. So to ensure that they have access to that place, that there's adequate water, also working with care workers to make sure that our most vulnerable are looked after in a heat event. Communicating with elderly and those that are experiencing vulnerable health conditions about the risks and dangers of heat, even of exercising in heat, and of our pets and small people. We've provided heat health kits, actually cool kits, and then more importantly in that longer term, really ensuring that we're providing a city that's a green, cool oasis. Where cities have really been the antithesis to that. They've always been much hotter, sometimes 4 to 8 degrees hotter than outlying areas. So really making sure that we're utilising stormwater, bringing water to the surface where we can, and then working with our engineers, with our city designers and planners, and of course the private sector, because 90% of our cities are owned by other people, not us. So we need to ensure through planning scheme amendments, and I love that talk about planning regulations. That's excellent. I've made lots of notes to take back to people. I love the idea of regulations being written by poets. I think that's brilliant. Yes, we've just heard about C376, which is a very important planning scheme amendment that integrates green infrastructure, but that has taken years. So these changes are just, they take so long, and this brings me back to this governance question, which is that we really need to shift things if we're going to keep up with the pace and scale of climate change.
Yeah, so much of that resonates as well. I grew up in Coolaroo in northwestern Melbourne, and there's no air conditioning and no trees anywhere. So our aunt lived about 3 kilometres from our house. It should be a completely walkable family distance. But I had a look at it on Google Maps, Google Satellite the other day, and there's still not a single tree between those two places, and it would be unbearably hot to make the trip on a sunny day. So, those changes are happening, but it's still very slow in a lot of areas. And I love the way that this sustainability topic ties in so much with equity and with leading cities as well. I want to circle back to something that I think both of you have touched on a little bit, and that is this idea of connecting with people and people's love for some of these spaces in the cities. What sort of appetite do you think there is for these kinds of initiatives towards more sustainable cities among the general public in particular? Because something that I hear a lot when I do communication on the topic is like, oh, people have got the cost of living crisis to worry about. If you want to plant some plants there, go do it yourself, but leave everybody alone because it's not that important. So I'd love to hear your thoughts about what you think the public perception or appetite is for these kinds of sustainability projects.
Yes. So maybe I'll circle back to the project that we're working on this idea of novel ecosystems or abandoned spaces. The idea of the project that we're working on right now to use these kind of more creative practices such as film and photography and working with community came actually from my past 2-3 years of work around these spaces in different parts of the world. Well, first realizing that the idea of novel ecosystems tends to be kind of in theory and amongst ecologists mainly, a really contested concept, that in practice and in the ground, people are actually the ones that are engaging with these spaces. So kind of like, community groups, friends of artists.
Guerrilla gardeners and...
Yes. And so, it was kind of drawing inspiration from the work that all of these groups are doing in these spaces and understanding how they're connecting with these spaces, that, the idea of this project emerged. And then, kind of trying to, bringing it back to kind of this idea of sustainability, trying to think kind of not only from this place-based approach. So the project that we're working on is looking at several cases in Melbourne. We're going to be looking at several cases in San Jose, Costa Rica, which is a small country in Latin America, and trying to kind of get these two cities or these, kind of really embedded case studies to talk to each other and start a dialogue. One of the interesting things that we're going to be working on in San Jose, hopefully next year, is, again, because these spaces kind of bring ideas of, these unloved species or species that maybe we don't want there or we think they don't belong there. So in Costa Rica, they started to have sightings of this kind of great canine called coyote. Yes, right pronunciation. And so, one of the things that we're going to explore is kind of going back to this idea, and in urban areas, this is already kind of more researched, but kind of this idea of a human-wildlife conflict. So, but kind of bringing it again to how do we relate to others, and how can we kind of acknowledge that, recognize, and make it visible. And then how can we bring that kind of like to a higher level, to a policy level. So part of the work that they're trying to do in Costa Rica is, I just give a quick example, which is really exciting. It happens here in Melbourne and in most cities around the world. When you have a river, so the coyotes have been kind of like inhabiting these urban rivers. When new constructions or developments need to respect a setback. So it usually can be 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. Many times these kind of variables are just random. Sometimes they are, or sometimes they are based on, depending on the slope of the river or the flooding of the river. But very interestingly, in Costa Rica, they're trying to see if they can rethink the legislation and the regulation around those setbacks based on the needs and the biology of the coyote. And so it's kind of like thinking around those terms.
Tiffany.
I think that people increasingly are becoming more aware of themselves as part of our ecosystem, and that we're not working against nature, that we are nature and that we're part of nature. And I'd love to tap into that some more, for people to understand that it doesn't have to be a dichotomy between choosing between nature and choosing between cost benefit and cost of living. That in fact, many of these interventions we're talking about save us money. We're working internally to demonstrate that and to show that to our engineers and our planners, etc., who understand now that often the most sustainable interventions aren't the most expensive. And then to demonstrate as well that if we can deliver more sustainable communities or resilient communities, that in fact that reduces, say, cost on councils. If we require developers, for example, to be building buildings that provide community places, and there's less demand on those community facilities more broadly. So I think the other thing I'd say is that I rarely see people buck against nature when we talk about it. It's frequently the most popular posts, the most popular things that we communicate about at the City of Melbourne are our trees. You'd all be probably familiar with the story of the love letters to trees. And it's
Tree mail.
The tree mail. We still have somebody whose job it is to answer the emails, which is just so beautiful. I want that job. I think it's just fantastic. And people do connect with nature, and we need to continue to tap into that. I think that's an excellent role for local government to continue to expand into and to double down on, because we are the level of government that's closest to people and really the ones that are providing the infrastructure and the services that people connect into and that make such a big difference in people's lives. So I think that nature is not necessarily, it doesn't have to be an either or, it's an and.
Absolutely. And I think that really ties into what Maddie and Georgia spoke about building those relationships and how everybody can build relationships with nature in the city as well. We have a tiny bit of time left, so in a very short, punchy answer, I would just like to see if one of you had a dream project for a sustainable future city, what would it be in one sentence? You have more time to think now because I'm going to make Melissa go first. If you could make one change, see, a tree growing out of the side of every building, a platypus in every river, what would you love to see?
Oh gosh, Kylie. Okay, so maybe something kind of exciting. We retrofit our apartments, suburban houses, with, kind of like these really cool additions that provide habitat for birds, possums, even unwanted species.
Cohabitation, I love it. Tiffany.
I'm naughty, I'm going to have two. One's quick, Swimmable Yarra, Birrarung. The other is I've just come back from a really fabulous holiday, celebrating a big birthday in Europe, and I just want a car-free city because everything else will come from that.
Absolutely. I'd like to thank you both for your time and your insights. Could you please join me in thanking Tiffany and Melissa? And if you head down the stairs there, you'll be given a gift. I'm handing over now to Alexi.
You're talking shit for the hell of it. Addicted to betrayal, but you're relevant. You're terrified to look down. Cause if you dare, you see the glare of everyone you burn just to get there. It's coming back around. And I keep my side of the street clear.
It's not good for it.
Everyone is so compliant, I love it. So, but thank you for joining us after lunch. Delicious food from our caterers, Jarrah. And if any of you are interested, obviously any of our food, any of the food that's left over is being packaged up, and there's I'm not sure if a second bite or last harvest is coming to the food afterwards, so that no food is going to waste. But if you are peckish on your way out, there is food still be welcome to take some more, but it is being packaged up. So that's one piece of housekeeping. The second piece, it's not housekeeping, but actually anyone that's sitting on the chairs and on the walls, feel free to join the tables, the coloured pencils and the pieces of paper. You can see that we're starting to build the audience's version of this new urban era and bringing together the reflections that you have had or we've had from the sessions that we've already had this morning. But now we're into the second half and we have our keynote presentation, and to facilitate this keynote, the flavour of our event, our Taylor Swift Heroes themed event with our keynote about Taylor Swift. I'm going to hand over to the fabulous Sally Capp, who you all know as a former Lord Mayor of the City of Melbourne, now Vice Chancellor's Fellow at the University of Melbourne, and all an amazing person. And I'm not sure how many of you tuned into the last City of Melbourne Council meeting term on Tuesday night. I did, and all of the retiring councillors all praised you and thanked you and mentioned our fabulous work. So I can concur. So hand over to Sally, who's going to moderate this keynote session.
Thank you, Kathy. What a lovely welcome. Well, I'm absolutely delighted to be joining you today for this session of the Rethinking an Urban Era Tour. That's what we're part of this afternoon. We're here on Wurundjeri Woiwurrung land, and I pay respects to elders past and present, and I acknowledge that our traditional owners have been making music on this land for tens of thousands of years, and importantly have left lasting legacies, and the more that we listen, that we learn, and we work with them to create a future together better off than we're already. Now, this symposium, as you know, is taking a very optimistic approach to the growth agenda and the implications for urban spaces. And this session introduces us to world-exclusive, brand new, never before heard in this format research by Dr. Anna Kosovac, Dr. Olivia Halley, and Dr. Philippa Chandler. Can't wait. And the provocation, of course, was the Swift sensation that hit Melbourne and other capital cities. Melbourne in February this year. We were all swept up in Swift mania in one way or another. I'm sure you've all got some sort of memory of that time and the energy that came to town. And I was Lord Mayor at the time, and it really reminded me that governments do invest in major events because we recognise when we get it right that they generate excellent economic returns. That's a given. But governments do also value the non-economic legacies that come with major events, those benefits that are generated at the time but have reverberations across our city and community for years afterwards. And when you have the star power of somebody like Taylor Swift, wow, what sort of enduring legacies come from someone with that power and that positive energy. Well, during Swift Mania in Melbourne, we experienced what I called a king tide of young women feeling more empowered than ever. We saw middle-aged white men, friends of mine, wearing sequins for the first time, feeling really good about it. And we featured around town discussions that were about the way kindness can be used as an approach for resolving conflicts rather than aggression. And that was one of my key takeaways at that time, the theme of kindness. Of course, I loved it all, and I hope you did too, because we're going to be hearing more about it today. phenomenons like these major events like Swift Mania do have lasting impacts in our city and in our community. I wanted to mention that something I learned as Lord Mayor is that music is one of the top reasons in Melbourne that brings people together. This is an important part not just of our community, but I think of humanity, what drives us to come together for shared experiences, to work together, to create together, to share and to heal together. And music is one of those binding agents here in Melbourne. And rethinking Melbourne's urban landscape must include places that support music and performance at all levels. I think they're essential, not just for our economy, but really go to the heart of our identity too. So it's on with the show. It is my pleasure to properly introduce our presenters here today. They are performing their latest dynamic body of scholarly work. Dr. Olivia Halley is an international touring artist based here in Melbourne, whose focus has turned to academia and advocacy. Her original work has been featured in the New York Times, on NPR's Tiny Desk, and in Billy Bragg's Left Field stage at Glastonbury. Olivia's interests include exploring how the arts make us human and what we need to do to make arts practice viable in Australia. Wow. Dr. Anna Kosovac is a senior lecturer at the Graduate School of Humanities and Social Sciences here at the University of Melbourne. She specialises in policy, in risk perceptions and decision-making in city governance. Where were you 6 years ago, Anna? I should have met you then. And her urban research has focused on the role of cities in the international system, which has meant she's made significant contributions to organisations like the Global Covenant of Mayors, UN Habitat, ICLEI and C40, and developing particularly climate change research strategies and policies. Anna is also a course director of the Executive Master of Arts, the president-elect of the Society for Risk Analysis, which is more exciting than you think, and the deputy chair of SHAPE, which is the Social Sciences, Humanities and Arts for People and Environment Futures Committee. Wonderful to have you, Anna. And Dr. Philippa Chandler is a cultural geographer specialising in emotion and place. I always feel emotional in place. It's wonderful. She has researched grey nomads in caravan parks, school principals, deserving of research, COVID contact tracers, emo music fans. How fascinating is this? And other groups to understand the spatial aspects to their emotional lives. And we often miss this deep, deep connection between physical place and the behaviours and way we respond to physical places. So this type of research is really critical from somebody who loves cities, so thank you. And Philippa's writing has appeared in The Guardian, Sydney Morning Herald, The Age, The Conversation, and you are currently based here. No, you're not. You're at Monash University, which we love. Only joking. At the School of Education, Culture and Society at Monash University. It shows that we're really bringing the brightest of minds together. So let's get on with the show. And I'm handing over to our presenters.
Thank you so much for that, Sally. I'm going to skip forward to a few of these slides, but so last week, Taylor Swift US tour had just kicked off its final leg. And so this is a really great time to be able to reflect back on the time that she had graced Melbourne for her show. Believe it or not, it was only just earlier this year, but it still already feels like a while ago. So she came in February in amidst a wild flurry of excitement and anticipation. It was all over the news, it was all over social media, and if you had a ticket, you were one of the envied few in town.
So now's the time for us to reflect on what her tour has given us in terms of social and cultural legacies. There's a lot of talk about economic legacies of these types of acts, but very little about what does this mean for our city, socially and culturally. So we draw on literature from mega events, as well as evidence from Melbourne's own discussions to come up what we think are the most influential legacies of the Eras Tour. Now, just before we continue on, I just want to ask if anybody knows where this lyric reference might be from. We had this big wide city all to ourselves. Any Swifties in here? No, it's from, I think we have a couple here, but it's from Holy Ground Red, just in case anybody was playing at home. So already Sally has introduced us very, very well. We all sound, gosh, so impressive on paper when we've got Sally Capp talking about us. But obviously we have Olivia, myself and Philippa here, all coming from different areas to try to answer this question of Taylor Swift's legacies. So what we will be talking about today is, first of all, why Taylor Swift? Why this artist in particular? The Symposium as well is something that happened here at the University of Melbourne early in the year. We'll run through a little bit about that, but also the music industry context as well. This is the landscape of what Taylor Swift came in on is incredibly important to understand, what those kind of legacies are in the context of what's happening in the music industry at the moment. Why Melbourne? Why this city above all others are we looking at? And then we get into what those mega events are and what we think the legacies are for this event. And then we finish up with something we weren't expecting, a surprise legacy at the end, which I'm not going to reveal now. We'll wait for the end for this one. But we'll move on to Pippa now.
Thanks, Anna. So the first obvious question is why Taylor? Why all the obsession with Taylor Swift? Look, she's not perfect. She's not unproblematic. However, she's neither an overnight phenomenon. She's actually released her first album 18 years ago and has been exponentially growing her fan base across that 18 years. She's broken numerous records and won so many awards, including 12 Country Music Association awards, 14 Grammys, 40 American Music Awards, 2 Brit Awards, an Emmy, and 30 MTV Music Video Awards. So love her or loathe her, you can't deny she is very influential. She's been described as the world's biggest pop star. And New York Magazine said that the trajectory of her fame defied established patterns. So she is a big deal, whether you like her or not. And when the tickets went for sale in Melbourne, there's a picky, people were taking the day off work to log into the Ticketek website. And this is a picture of people sleeping out overnight to try to buy a ticket at a physical. Who knew you could even buy concert tickets from physical shops anymore? But Swifties found that out and they camped outside. I think there's only 2 outlets really anymore for Ticketek. So they found them and they camped outside them. And even our traditional news media outlets like the ABC or The Australian were just frothing about the economic impact of Taylor's visit. So in the middle of all of this, when ticket buying was at its most frenzied, our friend, Dr. Hannah McCann from the University of Melbourne sent out a tweet. And the tweet said, "I know we're all too busy, but what if we organised a Taylor Swift conference for when she arrives?" And several of us recognised that immediately as a brilliant idea. And an organising committee was formed of 14 women academics from a range of disciplines and universities. So I'm proud to say that included Anna and myself, who were on the organising committee, but also shout out here to Kate Patterson and Laura McClinton, who were also part of the organising committee. So we developed a call for papers that strived to be inclusive, thoughtful, fun, and rigorous, and it went massively viral. How many people, have you ever heard of a call for paper being covered by Rolling Stone magazine? It attracted more than 400 submissions from 78 academic institutions worldwide, spanning 60 academic disciplines. And even though it had started in the spirit of DIY, like, let's do this will be fun, it quickly kind of snowballed into something bigger. You'll see on the slide here, we quickly had over 2,000 followers on Instagram, X and TikTok. And even at the call for paper stage, the conference was covered by The Guardian, BBC, ABC, Channel 10, Channel 9, and so on. We knocked back 60 minutes. And so the university started to really pay attention, partly because of, I will speak frankly, the security risk. We were worried about Swifties, they're very obsessive. We worried that we had to make it clear Taylor Swift would not be at the event. We had to keep saying that. And we actually kept the venue secret because we were just a little worried about overexcitable Swifties. The escalating scope did confuse the universities. I think they were sceptical about our enthusiasm, but they did come on board with funding. They had to, really, once they realised quite what was unfolding. The University of Melbourne generously hosted the event and was the major sponsor. RMIT came on board. Auckland University of Technology and Curtin University all chipped in funds. So, we've just got a couple of little videos here from the Symposium.
You're talking shit for the hell of it. Addicted to betrayal, but you're relevant. You're terrified to look down. Cause if you dare, you see the glare of everyone you burn just to get there. It's coming back around. And I keep my side of the street clean.
But it comprised of 2 days of in-depth academic presentations with 130 papers given over 2 days. This is not, with like 5 concurrent sessions. It was a really big event, with disciplinary viewpoints including music, economics, business, media studies, health, sociology, cultural studies and more. And to show you a bit of the diversity, here's the team from Monash's Victorian Heart Health Institute. They're cardiovascular experts who came to show us their work on rebranding chest compressions for a new generation. So, staying alive used to be the way to remember chest compressions, right? But that's pretty outdated, that's very 70s. That's a slightly faster song, but I think it still works for chest compressions. I think that was their point. Okay, great. So today's paper has sort of evolved out of a presentation that Anna, Olivia and I delivered at the Symposium. And to finish my section, the event also included 2 large sold-out public-facing events. There was the Symposium at RMIT's fancy Capitol Theatre that Kate Patterson was really involved in. And also a panel discussion at Fed Square, no less, on feminism, the music industry and Taylor Swift. But crucially, what was happening in Australia's music industry at the time? And I'll hand over to Olivia.
Thank you. So, as we know, the Eras Tour happened in Melbourne in February, and this came at a time of struggle and continued struggle for the Australian music sector. We're here after the peak of the COVID-19 pandemic when the industry was severely impacted by the lockdowns. And since then, we've had compounding factors like severe weather events and increasing operational costs that have meant significant Australian festivals and venues have closed in recent times. And I'm not sure if anyone caught the recent Four Corners expose, but
they reported around 1,300 venues and festivals have closed recently. Sorry, I'm the bearer of bad news at this point in the presentation, but it gets better. There are some dismal reports of artist income as well. So the Media, Entertainment and Arts Alliance reported that almost 50% of Australian musicians earned less than $6,000 in 2023, and this is backed up by a longitudinal study by Throsby and Petiskaya, who reported that musicians' median income was $23,000 from their artistic practice, which is 61% of Australia's minimum wage. So when Australia's art scene is struggling and Australian audiences are also facing a cost of living crisis and that's impacting ticket buying behaviours, well, what happens when Taylor comes to town? We wanted to know what legacy this might impart on the City of Melbourne. So firstly, here we go, we had to determine what kind of event Taylor Swift's Eras Tour could be defined as, and this is where we discovered the mega event. So mega events are large-scale cultural events which have a dramatic character, mass popular appeal and international significance. And my favourite definition from Roche there is that they have the capacity to surprise us and show us something new about our world, which we've experienced and we have more evidence of as we go along. So we recognise the Eras Tour as a mega event, and the Victorian government recognised it as, they classified it as a major event, and that meant some anti-ticket scalping laws could be instated because it was such a big deal. So then we wanted to know what outcomes would be sustained beyond the time of the tour, and we went into our understanding of what legacies were. So legacies are irrespective of the time and production of space. Legacy is all planned and unplanned, positive and negative, tangible and intangible structures created for and by an event that remain longer than the event itself. This is quite broad, and the literature shows that legacy is really, really difficult to measure, especially when we're talking about non-economic legacies. And most of the literature talks to economic impacts and less upon these long-standing social and cultural legacies. But some academics argue that social outcomes have larger consequences and more durability than economic impacts. And we also discovered that the social and economic elements are intrinsically linked when referring to cultural events like international touring, and one study shows that the positive behavioural effects of cultural events can actually bolster the conditions necessary for sustainable economic development. Okay, this is all the necessary background. And I should just mention that we used a typology by Mayer who stipulated 8 different kinds of legacies, and we chose 3 that were most relevant to our research. Here's Anna.
Great, so the Eras Tour will run for almost 150 shows. This is across almost 2 years. So why Melbourne? Well, what we're arguing here is that Melbourne is one of 2 cities to host this event in Australia. In Asia Pacific, there are only a handful of cities where the Eras Tour came to. Singapore, went to Singapore, Japan and Australia. We are talking very, very few number of cities. But what makes Melbourne distinct? Well, it's the fact that Melbourne could be argued to be the cultural capital of Australia, which I will back, yes, which Sally will back too. But a big part of this is the fact that in the last 30 years, Melbourne has had a concerted strategy to turn itself into what's called an event city. And this is really about creating a global city that is seen on the international stage. Seamus O'Hanlon from Monash University did a fantastic historical piece on the City of Melbourne and the background to this strategy. And a lot of this came up as a result of deindustrialisation of the city. So we started seeing a lot of manufacturing jobs dropping during the 60s and 70s, to the point where in the 70s we had about, jobs had dropped from about 120,000 down to 90,000. We're talking about 30,000 people being out of work. Factories were pockmarked throughout the CBD that had closed, and they created these sites which were called like bomb sites, what people refer to them as. It created a city that people didn't really want to spend very much time in. So in response to this deindustrialisation, urban decay, the Victorian government in the 1980s instated this new strategy. So they looked at cities around the world and said, well, what are other cities doing? The cities that are that are becoming deindustrialised. And they've noticed a lot of them got into this crisis point. There was a lot of economic stagnation as a result. They had a look around Australia, other places in Australia like Western Australia and Queensland. They were very much feeling their resource boom. They were backed by resources. Sydney had developed a very strong financial and services sector. So what could Melbourne provide? So Melbourne was set to then transform itself into an events and cultural hub of Australia. And to do this, what they did is did a lot of infrastructure developments over this time. Things such as, this is the old MCG as it was before. So the MCG was completely rebuilt. The regenerated Docklands precinct was given a new outdoor stadium, which we all know now as Marvel Stadium. New tennis centres were built. We saw a reinvigoration of the State Library of Victoria, Melbourne Museum and National Gallery of Victoria. And this happened during the 90s and 2000s. So this was a concerted effort over decades to make this happen. So much in part due to these infrastructure developments, Melbourne began to play host to a number of global events, so such as the Formula One Grand Prix, the Australian Open, and also the Melbourne International Comedy Festival, which is the second largest in the world. So not only does this showcase Melbourne as becoming a city on the global stage, but it also was considered a mark of civic strength and really gives the city that global status it's after. And so this lends itself really well to discussing the Eras Tour, and that one of the legacies that did come through was that sense of civic pride and city branding. So there was obviously Melbourne's reputation as a cultural capital of Australia, and this is reinforced by tours such as the Eras Tour. So you can see here from this chart that the majority of people who came to the Eras Tour were not from outside Melbourne. They were from within metropolitan Melbourne. And this was a great opportunity then for people to increasingly engage with the civic spaces within the CBD, allowing that kind of unobstructed circulation which fosters that civic pride in the community. And this is also shown by studies. So when asked, Melbourne residents, when asked about their perceptions of large-scale events, the first thing that they said that they loved was obviously the entertainment aspect. Well, yeah, it's great. We get all these great, global entertainers come to our wonderful city. But the second one is actually community pride. It's that sense of pride in the place and the city that you're in. And this is also highlighted by all of these online examples that we saw during the Eras Tour. So we can see, this completely changing the fabric of the city really coming alive. Melbourne always shows up. This real kind of proud, this proud feeling that, we are exceptional and we are different. And so this was even reinforced by Taylor Swift herself when she described this on the tour. And I'll actually just play that one.
Like I am losing my mind over the fact that there are 96,000 people here tonight.
See the scale of this event.
This is the biggest show that we have done on this tour or any tour.
And so this is a way of reinforcing to every single person there, you are in a special place. You are in the city of Melbourne. And why does this matter? It's because loyal residents are the city's best ambassadors.
So our next legacy is social cohesion, and we discovered that there were a few short-term and instantaneous legacies of social cohesion that resulted from Tay-Tay's visit. So I'm not sure if anyone's familiar with this feeling, but a study has actually shown that knowing a person has shared something with a stranger at a music event generally leads people to believe that they know something about this stranger's preferences, and this reduces the information gap between them and increases a sense of trust. So this shared cultural experience positively affects the behaviour of local and visiting music event attendees, strengthens the cultural identity, and encourages virtuous acts in the spirit of community. So I told you there was good news coming. So this happened not only during the Eras tour, but in the lead up to it. And here we have club nights, after parties, we have a Swemo night, which is actually, Pippa, you'll like this one, emo and Swifties getting together. An Eras brunch, this is classical music, we've got a bracelet making workshop. This here is a silent disco that happens out in the streets. This is Taylor Sheesh, who's a Filipino drag impersonator of Taylor Swift, who was performing at Fed Square on the first night of Taylor's performances. And then we have a lot of the tourism websites also riffing on Taylor's lyrics. On top of that, we had a 500% increase in sales at craft stores because people were making and exchanging lyric bedazzled friendship bracelets. And actually this happened at a couple months later at a local artist called, I'm not sure if anyone's familiar with Angie McMahon. Fans started to make friendship bracelets for her. So that's just a legacy that happened not long after. And then, of course, we had Taylor-gating. So we know Melbourne's MCG was the largest show on Taylor's tour, and still thousands of fans who couldn't get tickets created their own concert experience outside the gates, despite the discouragement from the venues. But this expanded the number of people that interacted and engaged with the city. You can see them, they're having a very, very good time. Over to you, Pippa.
So mega events do historically rely on volunteers in a short-term and one-off capacity. Some mega events really invest considerable resources in upskilling and recruiting volunteers with the explicit aim of leaving a legacy in terms of skills and education. There is evidence to suggest that volunteering can result in new friendships, foster deeper connections between the self and community, support people's physical and mental health, and increase employability. There's also perks like free tickets, which motivates volunteers. It's also been shown by research that volunteering at mega events might kickstart a sort of career of volunteering, and that people might come to see themselves not just as someone who does volunteering, but someone who is a volunteer at heart. A positive experience of volunteering can also lead to future volunteering. The gold standard of this is sometimes seen as the Sydney 2000 Olympic Games, which recruited and trained over 40,000 volunteers. A follow-up study 10 years later with those volunteers showed that they were still positively impacted by their experience in their professional and home lives, and that it had indeed kickstarted a volunteering career for those people. That they'd developed a unique set of skills and abilities and continually felt nostalgic about the Games. I was a volunteer at the Games and I still feel nostalgic about the Games. But here's a little bit of bad news, maybe. I believe that this potential was lost with the Taylor Swift concert, at least in the top-down sense. So we know that the MCG used their existing range of volunteers. They didn't make an effort to bring in a new generation of volunteers to the MCG. In fact, we believe that the volunteer operations kind of wound down around her tour due to the privacy concerns of the bump-in and intellectual property concerns. So presumably they didn't want, details leaked, while they were setting up at the MCG. They did rely on a casual workforce, yes, but we don't believe they had any sort of special training, or there wasn't a kind of legacy worked into that. And this slide here shows the typical demographic of the MCG volunteer. The gentleman on the right, not your classic Swiftie. We believe that they tend to be in their 70s, the volunteers at the MCG. So we think that there was a bit of a missed opportunity from that top-down sense to kind of plan in a volunteering and skills legacy. However, while those top-down opportunities to build a legacy might have been missed, we would argue that it was ground-up initiatives like the Symposium or the fan-led events that Olivia was telling you about that might have indeed built that legacy. In fact, at the Symposium, we recruited University of Melbourne Swifties Society to be our event volunteers. They not only got free entry to the conference, they received media opportunities themselves. We put them in front of cameras and we offered training to them, and they also received a micro-credential for their work on the conference. So that's a legacy that we're really proud of. So I'm going to pass you back to Olivia for the next section.
So we can see from our presentation that measuring non-economic legacies is really quite difficult, but we have seen that it can have an impact on social cohesion, civic pride, and, as Pippa just said, volunteering skills and education to some degree. Some legacies happen organically, some can be planned, invested and resourced by cities. But Taylor's visit also raises an ethical question when you think about the context of our local music scene struggling, and we asked the question, what kind of music city do we want? And then we discovered that there was one unplanned and potentially significant legacy that Taylor left us, and that was the response from the Australian music industry. So whilst in Australia, Swift's support act was American pop star Sabrina Carpenter, who I am also a fan of, by the way. But in May, a couple of months after the Australian leg, two things happened that were relevant and related to this. So Sabrina Carpenter's single Espresso topped the charts in Australia, and the Association of Artist Managers announced Michael's Rule, which was a renewed call for international touring artists to include one local artist in every Australian show. So this was named after Michael McMartin here, who worked with acts like the Hoodoo Gurus, Radio Birdman and Robin Archer. And this was largely supported by peak bodies and key industry figures. And here we have Maggie Collins on stage, who really made obvious that it was no coincidence that this advocacy occurred after the Eras tour, because Maggie asked, how many more fans could we have introduced to a local act? And here are just a few incredible Australian acts who could have opened for Taylor Swift. And are there any familiar, it doesn't matter if there's not, but are there any familiar faces on the screen to you all? Because these are all incredible. Baker Boy, yes. G-Flip, Barker, Robert Baxter, Sampa the Great, Morat, all incredible Australian artists. So we concluded that that was the most important legacy that Taylor has left us, this advocacy, this rallying around of the Australian music industry. And yes, we found these other legacies that happened, as we've all discussed, but it was really the fact that the Australian music scene rallied around this huge international tour, this mega pop star to come back and value our Australian artists and advocate for them to have a platform in the future, which is still something that we're working on, but it is a really, really important legacy that we can thank Taylor for. Thank you very much. That's all from us. Thank you for having us. If you would like to know more about what we're talking about, we're a part of an edited collection by some of the Symposium committee, who are also incredible academics, and we have a chapter in the book that's coming out later this year, so thank you so much.
Fantastic. Now, we do have 3.5 minutes.
3.5
for any burning questions for Olivia, Philippa, or Anna. Any burning questions? One question that I had is based on the research, excuse me, given the roles that we all play, do you think we should be doing more to encourage bottom-up non-economic legacies, or top-down? What would make the biggest impact the quickest, do you think?
Well, I've got a quick comment. I thought it was a bit of a shame that tailgating was discouraged. I thought that there was a real opportunity there to build that into, to support that and turn that into more of a DIY, bottom-up, al fresco kind of response to the tour.
I would also encourage bottom-up support, because we've seen from all the events that I've listed there, artists responding, and this is encouraging creativity and innovation, and I'm speaking from an artist's perspective. I think that's where we find all the good stuff when it comes to our creative industry, so I would also encourage bottom-up support.
Leaders need to let things go. That's right. It's a risk work there. And our last question.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. Basically, my question was, you talked about innovation just at the end there, and the university, or a university, maybe weren't on board initially. I'm correct in that, what I said there?
Oh, I think we just ran with an idea and had to get them on board.
So the question I've got for you then, is there now a Swifties policy or like a megatrend policy where the university goes, you know what, we'll see what's going to happen and then we'll support it? Because it sounds as though they were like, no, this is risky. Oh, actually we've got no choice in the matter, we have to get on board. So, yeah.
I would just say the phrase, you know the phrase, it's easier to beg for forgiveness than ask permission? I'll leave that with you.
Yeah, I suppose it is, yeah. Very good. All right, well, could you please join with me in thanking our good on you, and I think we're asking, is Kathy coming back? No. Beautiful. Thank you again also to our fabulous Sally Capp for chairing and moderating that session for us. Thank you. And thank you again for it was nice memories seeing my videos of my tailgating experience on the screen there. It was, yes. Well, you know, my story about tailgating is that I got a ticket to the concert because I went to tailgating, because my daughter exchanged bracelets with another girl in the crowd. We came back the next night because they were desperate to see each other again, because they'd only just met and they were, best friends as a result. So we went to see her the next night. And then we met someone on the train, we got to know them, and everyone was all excited, and then they had a spare ticket, or 2 tickets, so my daughter and I then ran upstairs and managed to get there after 12 months of me trying to get tickets online. So anyway, amazing tailgating stories. But anyway, enough about me and tailgating, and on to, we've got two more amazing panels for our symposium. We're onto the equitable era, and I welcome back to the moderating stage Sarah Bell, our City of Melbourne Chair of Urban Resilience and Innovation. And I will, as Kelly joins us on the stage, I will hand this microphone to you, Sarah.
Oh, what a hard act to follow. But here we are back with another wonderful panel to talk about our centre theme, the equitable city, and what does the equitable city mean in the new urban era. And I'm really pleased to have on the panel with me this afternoon Dr. Renee Miller-Yeaman, who is a research fellow here in the Melbourne Centre for Cities. Kelly Grigsby, who is the CEO of the Municipal Association of Victoria, and Kai Loughren, who is the CEO of Region Melbourne. And you may be noticing a pattern here, but I'm just going to ask each of them in turn to kick us off with, from their research perspective or from their the point of view of their the organisation that they work from, what does the equitable era mean for cities? Over to Renee.
Is this on? So I'm an architectural historian. So I come to this topic as equitable urban design from a slightly different angle. And so what I'm interested in is locating contemporary cities in relation to their histories and tracing historical trajectories as they influence and possibly, I suppose, offer roadblocks into kind of propelling future urban design. And my area of specialties is particularly housing and housing provision and design by the Commonwealth Government. So part of my research examines the Commonwealth Government involvement in design of housing in the post-Second World War period, roughly from 1945 to the early 1970s, before Australia's economic downturn. And what I'm particularly interested in is the way in which housing narratives are shaped by this era of so-called quote-unquote nation building. So Australia faced an earlier housing crisis, although influenced by a vastly different political and economic context from what we are facing now, and one that was more acutely informed by a housing shortage due to material shortage from the war effort. So this housing crisis, beginning in the 1920s and extending beyond the Second World War, fuels an unprecedented involvement by the Commonwealth Government in housing in the 1940s and 1950s. And this results in the setup of the Commonwealth Housing Commission and formalised research into housing design and construction, seen in things like the Commonwealth Experimental Building Station, which was predominantly set up just to address the housing crisis. And many of these initiatives were run or had a large membership of architects involved in these programs. So my research looks at how this federal involvement shifts and changes over the subsequent decades. And so what I'm interested in through the lens of architecture is how the Commonwealth spatialises and visualises housing ideals, namely how the persistent trope of house ownership as a method of securitisation became so ingrained in the national psyche during this later post-war period, at the cost of substantial investigation into other forms of collective dwelling. What the research aims to ask is how federal and state housing strategies and their built work are connected to perceptions and ideals around house and home, and how these housing types considered marginalised persons under the nation-state's governing apparatus. Sorry, that one kept going in and out.
Thank you very much for that. I might shift gears a little just to talk about the role of local government. So I have an inherent bias, of course, representing the 79 local councils across Victoria. And for me, growth and what equity around a new urban era looks like is actually about growth and how we consider growth in a way that is about building inclusive communities. As you've seen play out just in the last 48 hours over the weekend, the sort of resistance to growth, and we know Melbourne is going to become one of the largest cities in Australia over the next number of years. So thinking about what equity looks like in a new urban era is really about how fundamentally we actually consider growth and how we instill equity and access and connectivity and inclusion as part of the work that we do around enabling more positive growth to occur, particularly in and around Melbourne.
Melbourne when we think about the role of Greater Melbourne into the future. So from a local government perspective, I'm really passionate about how we bring communities into that discourse, understand how communities can actually engage in vision setting for what the future cities look like, both in terms of city shaping, but also how services can be designed to create great neighbourhoods and have great active local democracy playing out in communities. We don't have to look too far to see some great examples of where that's occurred, even in our own history. You think about the past of Melbourne, and we talked a little bit about that earlier, and Melbourne wanting to be a globally connected city and how they pivoted towards that over the period of 30 years. The key thing, though, that does need to come with growth and a vision for the city is actually joined up strategic planning and understanding how we can all contribute to that. And I think while we're in the middle of a housing crisis, it's tempting to sort of lurch from announcement to fix a problem that has been decades in the making. So it's how we really think about what do we need in terms of a vision and working with communities to actually build the future urban era. Stockholm does some amazing work in this space, and I was fortunate enough to participate in a study tour a couple of years ago to look at a range of amazing cities across Scandinavia, sort of smaller cities, but certainly cities that are growing. And you think about Stockholm, they have a much more decentralised governance model, and I think if we look at the model that we're dealing with here in Victoria, local government and the role of city leaders is perhaps de-emphasised relative to countries like cities like Stockholm, countries like Sweden and other Scandinavian countries. And for decades, governments like Stockholm and other parts of Scandinavia have actually been acquiring land. So they actually own the land for most of the city centres. And so that enables the effective planning of things like affordable housing. It enables the government to operate much more at that localised city level. So there's many great exemplars, I think, around the world, and we can look to some of those Scandinavian countries, I think, to look at different planning principles and sort of certainly city shaping initiatives that can encompass growth in a much more inclusive way that's more about climate, that's more about really being socially inclusive, albeit they have some of their own challenges as well, as we know. But certainly that broader joined up city planning is what we need to be focusing on for a new urban era.
Thanks, Kelly. I feel like now I'm the resident Swede. That was like a nicely set up, Sarah. So I'm Swedish by background, but I was born and raised in Melbourne. I'd love to talk more about Stockholm and Copenhagen and some of those magical places. I'm also the CEO of Regen Melbourne. We were formed in 2020 in the midst of the COVID lockdowns, I guess as a response to this urge that many of us felt to serve our place better. Captured a sort of moment of solidarity that many of us felt back when Zoom was still fun. And we kind of built this little organisation off the back of that. We're now a small non-profit. We run 3 major projects. One's around making our waterway, the Birrarung, swimmable again. One's about unlocking a wave of regenerative streets, and one's around reforming our food system. And we act as a systemic convener of these projects, of an alliance of 250 organisational partners, including some people in this room. I guess where we started our journey was in this question of how can you unlock a more ambitious vision for place? And so, talking about one of the major blockages, I think, for systemic progress is actually an imagination deficit. So you're raising a place like Stockholm is a way for us to think beyond what we feel is possible under the systemic constraints that we have in a city like Melbourne. And so that was a huge first step. We put this big vision together about what a regenerative Melbourne might actually look and feel like. And, words like, knowledgeable, full of life, affordable, connected, enabled, collaborative were the sort of things that kept coming up again and again. So when I think about, what is an equitable era for a city like Melbourne and what does that look like, my head goes quite quickly to what does the economic systems change look like that would enable that to happen? And to de-jargon that for a second, when we think about the economy, we think about it in 4 parts. It's not just the market, although of course the market plays a huge role. It's also about the role of the state. It's about the role of the commons, and it's about the role of the household. And it strikes me that many of the issues that we are all grappling with and studying and exploring in our various vantage points are actually talking about the balance of responsibilities, accountabilities, and power that sit between those four parts of the embedded economy. And it's actually in the grappling with what is the role of the market, what is the role of the state, what is the role of a household, and what is the role of the commons, that we might be able to get to some of those foundational questions that can unlock an equitable era, rather than thinking always about the symptoms that we're obviously all experiencing today. And then the last thing I'll say is that there's no equitable era on a dead planet. And so this question of equity has to sit embedded in a conversation around our relationship to country, to nature, to place, in a more sophisticated way than I think we currently have this conversation. So I guess what we're advocating for at Regen Melbourne is to be more holistic in the way that we hold questions like equity and explore what it means to have a relationship with the ecology at the same time. And that, of course, plays out very practically. Housing conversations that have access to green spaces. Not because it's a nice to have, but because it's actually an essential ingredient for flourishing in place. So I guess we're trying to take it to a slightly more holistic conversation, and also happy to talk about Scandinavia.
Always happy to talk about Scandinavia. I think before we do, we might go back perhaps to the history of Australia, or I'm going to ask again just to do a sweep through of the panel, just to go into a little bit more tangible examples. So Renee, what, for better or worse, what are some examples of what the equitable urban era might be or has been previously?
Yeah, sure. So I think one of the things about when thinking about what future equitable housing might look like, and if that kind of means that there is more involvement from both the state and Commonwealth governments, it's kind of looking at the very complicated histories of Commonwealth involvement in housing in this country, and particularly how it has treated marginalised members under its government. So, I mean, after the Second World War, the Department of Immigration established many public housing sites known as Commonwealth Migrant Hostels to provide on-arrival accommodation for migrants and refugees entering Australia through various immigration programs. And so these nationwide sites also provided kind of medium density housing. Many of them were quite novel in their apartment design, but they were also conceived by the government as sites for assimilation and provided instructional education and pamphlets to incoming residents. So they have this kind of complicated history. On leaving these hostel sites, many migrants and refugees faced racialised discrimination in their housing journeys through the restrictions placed on them in accessing state government through public housing tenure. And this was kind of enacted through policy. So I bring up these very condensed examples as a way of thinking about how the histories of housing provision continue to be echoed in the representation and treatment of public housing residents, particularly how they're depicted in the media. And we see this, you know, during COVID-19, and we see this more recently in the type of, I suppose, articles emerging out of the demolition of the housing estates. So, you know, I think on one hand, it's about how kind of how the state frames these residents, either stripping of them of their agency or kind of viewing them in a very kind of paternalistic approach. But it's also the way that public and social housing provision in Australia has been framed, a kind of as opposed to the ideal type of the owner-occupied suburban detached house. And so I think how shifting these conceptions around the ideals about what type of housing tenure and what type of design precedents we should be aiming for when we look at what creates better housing is a different way of kind of thinking about these frameworks.
Thanks. It's a really interesting conundrum, housing. You know, I think, as I said earlier, we found ourselves very much in the middle of a housing crisis because of some of those decades of inaction around things that are almost simple. You know, you think about inclusionary zoning, for instance, albeit political, certainly among the industry, property industry, but really that could have been an early solve, you know, to at least enhance affordability, but also the designation of social housing as well as part of those planning provisions. So I think we do have an opportunity to fundamentally reshape the way we conceive of the planning system. The Victorian government has made a range of announcements about developing a plan for Victoria, and also the recent housing reforms that you've seen. I think the fundamental challenge going forward, though, is how we actually think about place. And to kind of your point, I think these announcements have got potentially unintended consequences, like we've just seen in the last day, sort of more announcements around extending again, enhancing rather, the sort of number of dwellings that will be added to the greater urban areas. So, there was a real push towards thinking about densification and how we grow inner city areas that have got close proximity to infrastructure, to schools, to transport and so on. But because of the affordability challenge and some of the issues with cost of construction, there's been a bit of a kind of a kickback, if you like, to those outer urban areas. When we think about equity, my biggest concern about how that will manifest is that you're further entrenching already significant levels of disadvantage in some of those communities. So whilst houses might seem more affordable for those who can purchase a property, it's not affordable in the longer term because, as Kai said, we've got a planet that has limited resources. We need to be thinking about climate in all of the decisions we make and in how we accommodate growth. So we've got some immediate challenges that we need to be addressing. And certainly, I think there are some key things that we can be prosecuting as a state and certainly as city leaders to really think about how we put community at the front of some of this decision making and really ensure that we have a joined up vision, at least for Greater Melbourne. So I think there's opportunity there, but there's certainly a lot of work to be done at the local level.
So examples. I'll give you a couple of examples of our work and maybe channel some of this into or just connect it to what we're doing. So one is on the research side. We spent a couple of years with a bunch of people in this room and outside of this university on how do you quantify a holistic measure of progress for a city the size of Melbourne. Some of you would have seen the Melbourne Donut, which uses the donut economics methodology. If you go to donut with a U, donut.regen.melbourne, you've basically got an interactive platform on your phone or on your computer where you can click into any of the internal dimensions, which are the social foundations, which are largely made up of the SDGs or versions of the SDGs. And then on the outside of the donut, imagine a cinnamon donut in your head. The outside of the donut is the planetary boundaries and how they downscale to a place like Melbourne. So really complex, comprehensive, and also kind of version one of how we can think about measuring holistic progress. But the point of that was not only to show that it's possible to attempt something that ambitious across 6 universities and dozens of researchers who have spent their lives in, looking at housing questions or looking at health or looking at food systems or whatever it might be, and to bring that together in one place. But it was also to do what I think both of you were saying is can we at least be honest about the trade-offs that we are having to make as a city when we make decisions about planning or about a vision for place. And so the climate one is the obvious one in the housing conversation. It's not to say that we shouldn't be building more, and we probably do need to on balance. And also we have to acknowledge that is ignoring our carbon budget responsibilities. Now, and if we're going to do that, then we should talk about why and how we're doing that and how that plays into our decision making. And so the donut becomes a tool where we can be a bit more honest about trade-offs. I'd encourage you to look at that. And the other example is through our Regenerative Streets program, which is all about how do we support, as a kind of systems intermediary, how do we support existing activity in community to be more effective, more impactful, not just locally, but to channel that up through the various layers that we're all playing in around policy, capital flows, research, how the media constructs narratives. And so we're working on 3 prototypes at the moment with something called the Wellbeing Protocol, which is quite a simple decentralised granting mechanism where communities can have capital flowing into this pool, and then at a local level, hyperlocal level, community associations can propose projects and have them funded rapidly through a central pool, voted on locally. That's not to unlock a scale of funding. So it's not that communities need lots of funding, they just need a higher velocity of funding. It has to run faster through communities because at a grassroots level, hugely limited time to volunteer. People want to support their communities, but they can't do a 5-day training program with council to create a street party, and they can't do the sort of grant applications that are often demanded of them. And so how can you create a new way that money moves through a community and then work with people like you guys at MAV or other intermediaries in the system to ladder that up and make it effective across the board? So just two examples, one research-based and one project-based.
Yeah, great. I think there's a few kind of emerging themes coming out here, and I will allow some time to perhaps explore the Scandinavian context a little bit more. So one thing that comes to mind, and maybe we'll go to that now actually, is I think we can look from here in Melbourne and we look to Northern Europe, which is on the other side of the world, and it feels like another planet and an alternate reality. And it's the typical response is, oh, that could never happen here, as if it's some kind of magic. But I think what's useful about thinking about history is that the reason why we are where we are is for a whole bunch of particular reasons and particular policies and choices that were made that continue to have legacies over time. And that Scandinavia, perhaps in a post-war period, was not in a hugely dissimilar position, but made a bunch of different decisions then and has continued to make different decisions along the way. So maybe between, Kai and Kelly might just reflect on that from what you've learnt internationally, and Renee perhaps to think about a bit more about what were those key elements that led us to this point, which then might give us some, again, it's not inevitable, it's not gravity that brought us here, it is and continues to be decisions.
Maybe I'll just, so I think there's a couple of things about, I've spent a lot of time in southern Sweden, in and around Malmö and Copenhagen, and I also now run the odd study tour to Scandinavia. So my experience with Scandinavia is that there's at a very fundamental level, that balance that I spoke about earlier between the state, the commons, the household, the market is different. Like that's at the most fundamental level. It's a very different calibration of those roles. It doesn't mean they don't have a flourishing market with startups that are worth, more than many Australian companies. It doesn't mean that they have issues with the way they govern, or doesn't mean that, so there's still lots of question marks, and there is a shadow side to Scandinavia that I'm happy to talk about as well. But the fundamental calibration of those roles is different. What that means is that there is a different power relationship between the state and the market, fundamentally, and there's a different honouring of the commons. So there's lots of public-private partnerships that then integrate the commons in a way that we don't often see in our context. And then the second thing I'll say is that the policy choices thing is very real. So we're working on the Swimmable Birrarung project, not because we care so much about swimming in the Yarra, but because it is where 70% of our water supply comes from as a city. So it's the most important infrastructure project we have. And Charity, you can put a hand up over there, is our lead convener of the River Project if you want to talk to her. In Scandinavia, all three major Scandinavian cities, Copenhagen, Stockholm and Oslo, have swimmable waterways in their urban areas. None of them did 30 years ago. None of them. So we're not even talking about 100 years or 50 years. We're talking about very recent, massive shifts in cultural relationship with water, followed by significant engineering interventions, significant entrepreneurial endeavour and significant dedication to the commons that's resulted in a set of decisions that's changed the trajectory. And of course that comes from 100 years of political culture and a whole bunch of local context. But I look at that and say, well, we might be starting from a little bit further back, but we can absolutely expand our imaginative potential by looking at those cities.
Thanks, Kai. And I think the other point that you made earlier was really around the market and the role of the state in the market. And I think that's probably one of the distinct differences between somewhere like Stockholm, where they did make a very deliberate decision to purchase land, as I said, to actually gain essentially collective control back of the city. Now, there's nothing to stop the Victorian government doing that now. There's a lot of land that the Victorian government has, and one of the key focuses around housing announcements recently is how they look at leveraging that land holding to accommodate additional housing. But it does need to be something we think about as a level of government, particularly in a local government context when we are the level of government closest to the people. It's how do we actually think about our future activity centres? How can we purchase strategic sites? And you think about, in the context of the economy that we have now, the cost of construction has made it difficult for the private market to actually move into that space, but the state has to inevitably anyway, because we've got a housing stock that needs to be replenished. We've talked about the towers and, you know, that legacy. Again, sort of, you know, it's been left a really long time before those assets are sort of renewed and made, you know, to a habitable kind of future state. So there are a range of governance things that we can be thinking about now, but fundamentally, in my view, it does need to be driven and led by good strategic planning at that whole of city level, with really community at the heart of that, and place. And, you know, as you've said, I think really thinking about how we reimagine our cities, reimagining our places really will be how we achieve a more equitable urban era. But there's certainly learnings, different levers that we can pull within our own government context that will take us closer to places like Stockholm and other cities that are certainly more advanced in a walkability, accessibility perspective, as well as density and green living as well.
Yeah, I suppose just to end on to wrap it up quickly, is that I think in the immediate post-war period, what is interesting is that there is a huge amount of funding and involvement on a Commonwealth level. And this is both often positioning housing as a social good, but also very much interested in promoting design quality. And so there is actually a lot of really interesting projects around that time that are Commonwealth directed that are experimental in their architecture. A medium density collective type of dwellings that were not seen in the subsequent decades. So then there is a reversal back to a real interest in the kind of owner-occupied detached house. So I think what's really interesting is that we're now coming back to another period where there is a renewed interest in experimental kind of collective design and how that is situated in, I suppose, more equitable ideas of place and community.
Great, thank you. And I think there have been some really useful themes that we have run out of time to explore, but I think just thinking about that, ideas of generational equity or intergenerational equity is something that really comes through in terms of those decisions about, or the point at which Australia moved towards a more private ownership and securitisation of housing and the financialisation of housing that came subsequent to that. And also this question of spatial equity in cities, that it's very people have very different experiences depending on where you are, and that some of those lessons perhaps we're not learning as well as we might. So I guess we do have just 1 minute left for any kind of final reflections or anything else that you want to add into the conversation before we head off to our next panel. So yeah, final thoughts. I'll start with Renee because you've got the microphone.
I don't really have much to expand on that, but I do think necessarily there will be more Commonwealth, state and Commonwealth involvement in housing. You know, most forecasting is seeing that. And I think what we have to kind of really keep in mind is that there are very complicated histories of government involvement in housing that isn't always the best for the residents, and often kind of is a very top-down approach. And even though we've moved away from those type of kind of planning agendas, it does get regurgitated in very implicit ways. So I think it's, if you do see this in the next kind of decades, a lot more government involvement in housing is being very aware of how they are framing residents within those narratives.
Thanks. And in terms of local government, I might just end with a quick update. The MAV recently launched what we've called MAV Lab, which is essentially an innovation hub for local government. We're partnering with universities and other think tanks, including Regen Melbourne as well, looking at new ways of imagining government. So one of the things that we've got going on at the moment is the Future of Local Government project, and that's something that, you know, we'd encourage you to have a bit of a look at our website on and keep following along with that work. But essentially, all of what we're talking about about today around creating a new urban era needs to be underpinned by active citizenry as well. People are forgotten often in planning, and also people can be disinterested in day-to-day living. They're busy doing their own things. We actually need to rebuild community at the local level. So building that active citizenry, understanding the importance of planning and really being connected to place is how we achieve, I think, overall a more equitable future as we continue to grow as a city.
I mean, it was literally what I was going to say, so I don't have to say anything. I also got the 0 minute sign, which 0 minutes is a scary sign. I was just, maybe the one thing I'll say is that the skill set that I think we lack, generally speaking, that we have to focus more on is how do we have genuinely collaborative conversations across those 4 domains that I talked about, between the market and government and academia and business and all the rest of them. Like it's the intersection of those sectors that's the challenge, and that's, I guess, what we're trying to work on at Regen Melbourne. And to end on a little anecdote, when we were in Copenhagen this year on the study tour that I lead, there was a conversation with the chief architect of Copenhagen. And just to reinforce that it is about participation, that is really hard work. Like, it's genuinely difficult work. So when you look at the centre of Copenhagen, you walk around, there's not that many cars. Like, it took them 5 years through a citizens' assembly process to remove many of those car parks. So it's not like they clicked their Scandinavian fingers and suddenly they didn't have cars. It's really dedicated, hard work on the ground across sectors and silos that requires a really robust local democracy. So that's where the hard work really is. And it's also pretty fun. So that's maybe something to end on.
Great, yes. Well, thank you very much to another wonderful panel, and it's really great to see similar themes and responses emerging across panels, as well as the deep dives into our themes. So thanks very much.
Thanks, Sarah, and Equitable Cities team, and also, our Taylor Swift. Okay, just use this one. All right. Thanks, Sarah, and the Equitable Cities team. That was a great session. Also, thanks to Taylor Swift and team. That was a wonderful keynote speech. So we enjoyed those things. Now, because we are talking about equitable cities, and I kind of do research on very much close, this is like a topic close to my heart. So I often work with right to the city, production of space kind of things, and think about how we can make our cities equitable, how everyone can have access to different resources in cities. So what I want you to do, I know it's hard to kind of design or think too much about like how we can make cities equitable. So maybe just pick up 2 challenges that might be in our way to build equitable cities. So that could be anything. That could be something like relevant to your profession, maybe if you are a designer or you work with the council or any other government department. So what challenges you might have experienced or like you can think of like that might be a constraining factor for building equitable cities. The other thing I want you to kind of draw maybe, which is like choose any infrastructure of our cities. So for example, if we think about Melbourne City, housing is a crisis, and we have been hearing about that the whole kind of day. So how can we make sure that everyone has access to kind of a nice, livable house? Or like think about public space or toilets, public toilets. So think about like any of the infrastructure, cities infrastructure, and maybe draw like how we can make them equitable. What do you think, how you can, so these are like mainly 2 tasks. We have 5 minutes for this, unfortunately. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
My name's Dan, and as mentioned, I'm a research fellow here at the Melbourne Centre for Cities, and I'm very pleased to be joined here by two wonderful people to talk about the connected era, the final era in our trifecta, quadfecta. What's the word for four? Quad something. I'll introduce them. I've been told that I have a couple of minutes to reflect on the connected era as well, so I'm going to take the chair's prerogative to do that, but I'm more interested in hearing from the wonderful panellists that we have here. So we have Dr. Rebecca Plukan, who's a lecturer in anthropology, School of Social and Political Sciences in the Faculty of Arts, and also a fellow with us at the centre. And she is an anthropologist who's particularly interested in urban transformation and expansion, works in some very interesting geographies and on some very interesting cities, which we're going to hear a little bit about today. And I also have Talia Azaria, who is the Executive Director of the Young Mayors Program at the Foundation for Young Australians, and someone I've had the pleasure of knowing for quite a long time and working with. Talia's got over 15 years of experience working in senior leadership roles, particularly sort of in the arts and youth sector, going back to when we first met at Syn Media, which some of you might know, a great local organisation, community media organisation. She's also had roles at Circus Oz, at the Community Broadcasting Association of Australia, has been on a lot of boards, done a lot of things, and has been very, very busy over those 15 years in the art space and supporting young people. So we're going to hear a bit about her current work in that area. So I think when we're talking about the connected era, I think right back, if we go to before the Melbourne Centre for Cities, we started as a small entity. I think Anna Kosovac was the first employee of the Connected Cities Lab, as it was called. And it was set up at the time to explicitly look at the connections between cities with an international lens, to look at the way that cities can learn from each other, the way that they're connected through things like capital flows, expertise, policy mobility, a range of different things that we've spoken about today. And I think it was nice to hear earlier in the previous panel about, what we can learn from Scandinavia, where Jago was talking about, in our region in the Pacific, how cities and countries are learning from each other around their implementation of national urban policies or urban development strategies. And today we're going to talk a little bit about, I think, other geographies as well. So I guess a couple of quick remarks from me on the connected era. I would say, as we started the day with Alison sort of saying that we're in this new urban era, but to some extent it's not new. It's an evolution of a change of an era and a state that we've actually been in for a long time. And as long as we've had cities, I think we've had connections between those cities. And if we go way back, sort of, pre-Westphalia, before the nation state became the dominant way of organising people politically, we had city-states, and those city-states were sending out delegates, they were establishing trade routes. And if we look, going back to the conversation that started our day with Maddie, if we look much further back over the longue durée of civilization, really, there's been these connections between human settlements for a long, long time. I'd say a couple of things that have changed more recently, and I think Jago pointed to this in some of his remarks, is that in the latter half of the 20th century, and this is just my argument, everyone is free to disagree with me, I think there's some qualitative changes in the way that cities operated and the role that they were playing, particularly in the global economic system, but also linking to these other systems as well. So there was a political situation, sort of US hegemony and the growth of economic liberalism that created an environment where cities became these key nodal points in the world economy. And this idea of sort of global cities, which I think has been written about a lot in the literature and also critiqued a lot in the literature, cities were recognised as being these key points within the world economy where capital was flowing, where labour was flowing, where expertise was being situated, where multinational corporations were setting up their headquarters. And Sasson and others, I'm sure people would know, wrote a lot about this concept of the global city and what it meant. But at the same time, if we go to our equitable era, I'm going to name check all the eras as I do this brief intro. This concept of the global city wasn't something that was serving everybody. So both within the cities itself, there was usually sort of a global elite that was benefiting from what we were seeing in terms of these, flows of capital and the mobility of the people that were able to move between these cities and benefit from these capital flows. And at the same time, the types of cities that we thought about in this imaginary and the sorts of cities that we were including in these systems, and as Jago was talking about, within comparative rankings, was pretty limited. And Julian talked about, how excluding 98% of cities from the, the rankings. In a few minutes, we'll hear from Rebecca about just some of the cities of which, there are thousands and thousands that haven't often made it into this geography of what we think about with global cities. I think more recently, again, there's been a shift to recognising cities as not just being sites where these global processes happen and this intensification of globalisation has impacted, but actually being legitimate actors within the international sphere. So Anna has done some work on this, and I've done some work on this as well, looking at city diplomacy, or the capacity of cities to actually have some agency in the international system to build and establish partnerships transnationally, sometimes through networks. I know we've got some people from ICLEI here and other sort of well-established international networks of cities. But also the way that they're engaging with multinational organisations, the way that they're engaging with different levels of government, and they're being compelled to do this because the kind of challenges that they're having to address today are highly globalised and complex in nature. Things like the climate crisis, like mass mobility, like pandemics. It's no longer a choice for these cities not to engage internationally. They need to, and they're becoming more professionalised in their capacity to do that. And it's not just about local governments. It's about different sectors within those cities, and the way that we can also support other kind of actors to become more connected into that sphere of governance. That's my little spiel, enough from me. I want to hear, first I'll start with you, Talia, what the idea of the connected era means to you when we're talking about cities.
Hi everybody. Well, I always come at this from a youth lens. That is the work that I do at the Foundation for Young Australians, running the Young Mayors program, which democratically elects youth councils of 11 to 17-year-olds in partnership with local government areas around the country. We're piloting that at the moment to see what it can look like if you connect young people in with their communities, because they have asked successive governments through consultation. They've every report that you read will say young people want to be more involved in the decisions that impact their own lives, and local government is the layer of government that they first interact with because it is in their backyard. It affects their everyday and their families every day. And so when I think about connected cities, I think about how we design communities with young people embedded in that system. And actually, at the moment, the system is it's designed to exclude them because it is designed for adults and by adults. So the work that we're doing is looking at how do you actually centre young people in those systems? How do you make little tweaks to the system of local government to elevate youth voice, and not just the system, but the people that uphold the system. So particularly interested at the moment in adults' behaviour and how adults think about creating space and shifting power to young people to be genuinely and meaningfully not just consulted, but actually to co-design those communities with adults and with every other group that make that community.
Thank you very much. So I think when thinking through what the connected era means to me and my work predominantly in Mongolia, so I'm just going to extend a bit further on what you were mentioning earlier, Dan, about this idea of agency of different cities. So I work predominantly in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia, which is the capital of Mongolia. It's a separate country north of China, sandwiched between the two very big superpowers in current geopolitical machinations. And this is a city, Ulaanbaatar is a city that has long been a transnational site for different ideas, flows, materials, labour. It was a city that received huge amounts of replanning and redevelopment during the socialist period, utilising Soviet urban planning. The materials often came from Russia and also from China. Mongolia at the time didn't have a labour force to be able to construct this new socialist city, so a lot of labour came from China. My recent work, and I'll talk about this a little bit more in just a moment, but some of my recent work has been on accessing housing finance. So how can people access mortgages in order to buy an apartment? And the way in which Mongolia's housing finance scheme was launched and designed in 2012 was that it was modelled off a similar system in Malaysia. So here you are seeing these kinds of, not to mention all the, of course, secondary investment and flows of money coming in to actually build buildings in the first place. So Mongolia in the last decade or so has experienced great amounts of urban transformation. So that's one way of being connected. But my work as an anthropologist is sort of starting to reframe that, or trying to reframe that within scholarship. And scholarship as a form of trying to redirect narratives in a way that can work within disciplines, whether it be anthropology or urban studies, more broadly, or urban theory, but also hopefully having some really interesting expansions out from that. So my work is with residents who are trying to access housing, whether that be plots of urban land with different forms of land tenure systems. Some of them are temporary, some of them are permanent, some of them overlap. Sometimes there's multiple land certificates given out for the same land. And also trying to, for lower and middle income people, trying to access apartments in a city where there is not any kind of heating or plumbing infrastructure given to urban land plots. And these land plots constitute 80% of the urban land mass of the city. So we're seeing a situation where apartmentalisation, as a verb, is seen as a sort of panacea to these larger urban issues, but that with, of course, that comes with a huge amount of other complications. So I've been working with residents as they navigate this. And in this, one of the most interesting social phenomena I find at the moment that I'm doing research on is with apartment owners associations. So shout out to the other person today who was talking about apartment owners associations and body corporates. I find that a fascinating area to look at. Partly because in this area of vast urban transformation, a lot of housing has been seen and kind of outsourced by the municipality through the private sector. So people get the permissions to build an apartment, often architecturally driven, not necessarily urban planning driven. So the apartment owners associations are not just working on the upkeep of apartments, they're putting in playgrounds, they're paving roads, they're providing garages, they're advocating. Literally a week and a half ago I was in Ulaanbaatar working with one of these apartment owners associations, and as one of my ethnographic, helping out tasks was to go to the local police station to drop off a petition to add in more road safety signs, because there's literally areas around them that doesn't exist. So when I do work with these people across land plots and apartments, the main thing they ask, when I say, what is the most important thing? They often say chanar, which means quality. Now, quality doesn't necessarily have to be like luxury quality, although there are people in Mongolia who really love luxury quality. It can be something that can have some ability for someone to live with dignity over a long period of time. It can be quite simple, but has to be durable and not give way to disrepair and require huge amounts of maintenance. So, where it's coming from, the connected issue is, I've started thinking about this idea of quality, and I was talking with a colleague of mine who works in Nairobi, and I didn't realise when we started talking that we really were talking about the same thing. Both of us asked, well, what do you look at in Nairobi? What do you look at in Ulaanbaatar? And both of us basically turned to each other and said quality, people's perceptions of quality. Now, this particular scholar is Constance Smith from the University of Manchester, and she's one of my colleagues on a project at the moment. And she scales this up to think about it as a comparison between Nairobi and London, in particular the Grenfell tragedy. So looking at tower collapses of tower quality between Nairobi and London. And I've been thinking a lot about in my work as well is mapping where quality comes up as a discussion. Now, and this connects to people who were talking earlier about apartments and apartment building, is that the issue of quality is a major, major concern, where someone can buy an apartment in an apartment building and realise there's a crack in the basement, and that now suddenly every occupier or every investor owner now owes the body corporate or the building $100,000 or $70,000 in order to make sure the building is structurally sound. So what I'm saying is that I suppose the idea of connection that I'm thinking about is, what are some shared social phenomena coming out of unlikely points of comparison? So a little while ago, I was at a conference where the professor called Professor Mona Fawaz, who's a professor of architecture and urban planning at the University of Beirut, she was saying that we really want to now think about how can we compare things that weren't necessarily thought of as comparable before. It might have been, what is it that is likely to be a comparable point to think from? And normally that kind of shifts, that would have been perhaps, I don't know, Paris as a kind of exemplar of something, or London as an exemplar of something. But what is it that might be linking up other cities we never thought might actually be a point of comparison? And so we are now running a project that is comparing Ulaanbaatar and Nairobi, and we're visiting Nairobi in the next few weeks with scholars from Ulaanbaatar, we're working with scholars in Nairobi to exactly ask this question. And just to finish off my little segment, I'm sorry if I'm going on a little bit too long. I want to read out a quote by the anthropologist Awa Ong, which is in the introduction to the text Worlding Cities that she edited with Ananya Roy, when she says, cities in this particular instance can become fertile sites, not for following an established pathway or master blueprint, but for a plethora of situated experiments that reinvent what urban norms can be counted as global. And so within that, we can see perhaps some similar things that might be emerging in Ulaanbaatar, utilise that as a reference point to then look at situations, say, in Melbourne with new, fresh eyes, and utilise that as a form of productive and generative knowledge transfer. So I'll end there and I'll pass it back to you. Thank you, Dan.
That's great. Thanks, Sarah. I should have got the other microphone. I think that's a great starting point. So when we're thinking about the connected era, I think we're both talking and thinking, and this can be the way that we have connections kind of across and between and through cities, but also the way that our systems of government and governance within those cities are connected. So I think it's closely aligned with the conversation that we had around equity and who's involved in this decision making, how we can ensure that our cities are more connected, more cohesive, and there can be learnings from that internationally, but also from back at home and from other cities across the country. Tali, I want to ask you a little bit more, I guess, about the Young Mayors program, how you think it is maybe contributing to this, this vision of connected cities.
Yeah, so essentially, we start from the place of acknowledging that communities are being shaped for the future, but they are often being shaped without young people in the room and part of that conversation. And so what we're trying to do with the Young Mayors program is bring young people into the room and actually have some genuine decision-making power. So it starts with young people being able to put their hand up and run for election as candidates for their youth council, for other young people to come out and vote for them, to actually participate in democracy before they get that legal right to vote at 18, because we believe they have outstanding contributions to make now. They don't need to wait until they actually have that legal right to vote. And then once elected, those youth councils have a $10,000 fund. They serve a term in office for about 18 months, and they deliver on priorities that their constituents, other young people in their communities, have said are important to them. And the idea is that they work with their local government to implement some of these priorities to better shape what their community can look like into the future. And we've had councils, for example, who were developing a vision for 2050 without any young people in the room until the Young Mayors program came along and said, we're over here, perhaps you could consult with the youth council. And our dream is that youth councils across the country could create a network where there is actually best practice of how we engage young people at that local level. Councils can learn from each other. They can be modelling the sorts of behaviours that adults should be exhibiting to be able to create that space for young people. And then the young people themselves might then realise that the issues that they are dealing with are actually similar to the issues that young people in Mackay are dealing with compared to young people in Wollongong, for example, or very different, and find those points to connect as well and learn from each other and be able to open up their own worlds and the worlds of their counterparts across the country to create a better future for their region. Young people in this generation are getting global news first. Before they get any local news, and so they're thinking globally, but what we need to be doing is supporting them to be acting locally. And so the Young Mayors program is one way that we're trying to achieve that.
And just to follow up on that, on our leading cities theme, do you have any examples, I guess, of cities that you've been working with in this pilot you think have been leading practice or establishing effective and sustainable ways of engaging young people that are making a difference?
Yeah, so look, it's a small sample size at the moment. The pilot is operating in 6 councils, 2 in Queensland, 1 in New South Wales and 3 in Victoria. And Queensland is leading the way, gold standard every time. So Mackay and Cairns in Queensland have really shown that they don't just have the attitude to wanting to shift power to young people and to support young people, but they're actually backing it up with the behaviours, and some of the ways that we're seeing that happen are having champions within councils come up against barriers and then actively work to reduce those barriers so that young people can find their way through. They're also more connected within the councils, so youth services in many places is siloed and it's kept sort of to the side. That's like the nice thing that the young people do. But in the councils that we have seen be most successful, the youth services is actually intertwined with every other department in council, and the staff have really key relationships across council to be able to make sure that young people are not just speaking in an echo chamber, but actually to the decision makers, to the people who are holding power across a range of departments. Where we have seen on the flip side it not operate well is where those adults are not willing to challenge the current system, are perhaps 7 in line in a hierarchy and don't have the political or social capital internally to be able to push back when someone 6 rungs above them says, no, we can't do that. And that is really challenging, and that is like at the core of that connection is for adults to be backed to actually say, well, these young people have these great ideas, but if you are not willing to make that space for them, then we're perpetuating this idea that the system is not designed for young people, and it is going to be those young people who are carrying these communities forward in the future. So it's really crucial that they're actually at the table now and part of that decision making, because they're going to be inheriting it pretty soon.
That's great, thanks. Rebecca, I just want to go back to a point that you made, I think, right at the end of your comments before. A question that we sometimes get coming from an organisation called the Melbourne Centre for Cities is why are you so focused on places outside of Melbourne? Why are you so focused on international cities in those cases? I think particularly in the case, the work that you're doing in Kenya and Mongolia, I'd like to learn a bit more about why those cities in particular, and why you think those cities are the right place to be doing this work, or an interesting context to be doing this work on quality. And then also, what sort of you think generalisable findings might come out of this work that you think will also have value for other contexts as well, and how that learning can sort of share broader? Thanks.
Thank you. Is that on? Everyone can hear me? Okay, great. Yes, no, I feel like it's certainly at those earlier stages, and I guess what the one thing I would like to emphasise is that I think this kind of question, especially about examining the intersections between material urban quality and life quality, is a larger urban question, I think. The initial reason why these 2 cities were chosen is because I do think they intersect some really important legacies, both being either a post-socialist legacy, which has implications of knowledge colonisation previously, and also in the post-colonial context within Kenya. So those are the 2 things that I think have really linked those 2 up. But also, I do think there are certain types of ingenuity, strategies, and reconceptualizations of how different kinds of social organisations can be, that can be learnt from these cities and learnt from others that might be more commonly described as being in the global south, although Mongolia, of course, being in the northern hemisphere does complicate that paradigm. But it's like, so for example, the apartment owners associations in Mongolia having these multifaceted elements because there is a lack of municipal oversight in that area, means that you start to get these social formations and relationships that grow out from the ground up. So these organisations in Ulaanbaatar are very different to the way we understand them now, but they are actually quite political. They have a fair bit of political influence too. So maybe one suggestion, if I could be so bold, is to think about how body corporates, instead of it necessarily being a privatised entity in Australia, could be linked up with more municipal kinds of processes. That would be a really interesting way of learning from another context. The other one is that in my research on mortgages and access of mortgage financing in Ulaanbaatar, what you see is a lot of people circulating loans and debt amongst each other, amongst kin and family and friends, in order to pay back debt. And what we're seeing is that within Melbourne, that is happening too, so people can access, housing finance, if you think about the banks of mum and dad and things like that. So when you start looking out from other places, suddenly you start to see the city as being far more relational perhaps than what people might have realised off the bat earlier. And that goes right back to the very first session today, which I really loved, that emphasis on the city being a relational space, because I definitely see, when you see it from that kind of perspective, there's a lot of arranging and rearranging going on in multiple cities. It might not necessarily be about changing how something is done in a different place, but just seeing the place anew and realising there is actually a lot of ingenuity and strategies going on that could be harnessed in some really fascinating ways. So that's one of the motivations.
That's great. I think we've got just a couple of minutes left, so we'll have to be pretty brief. Tali, I'm keen to hear, we're going through this pilot phase, sort of 2 years into the Young Mayors program. Keen to hear sort of where you're heading next, what you see as being the next stages of it from here.
Yes. So we are trying to design this model for government adoption. That is our end game. I think that embedding youth voice at the local government level is a public good. Everybody benefits when young people are in the room. And so what we're doing is trialling over the next couple of years to see what the model can look like in different geographies, different demographics, different parts of the country, to understand what the model, how we can build it in a way that different local councils can pick it up and run it themselves. It is partly modelled on the freezer model in Victoria. Some people may be familiar with that. The state government has very successfully funded local councils over 20 plus years to run freezer committees. They put on gigs in their local area, and it's about, originally it was about drug and alcohol free events for young people, and actually I think it's one of the reasons why Melbourne is a cultural capital and Victoria is, has that cultural capital, because there has been 2 decades of young people being nurtured and their creativity being nurtured, but I digress. Modelling off that for this program, because we think that state government and federal government should be able to, or should be funding this sort of initiative where young people are crucial and integrated into democracy and in their local community. So we continue to test, we continue to evaluate and demonstrate the impact and understand what adults need to do differently to make that space, and in parallel make the case to government that they should be funding it forevermore.
That's great. We've got about a minute left. Do you want to have the last word, Rebecca, on anything to do with the connected era?
Do you have any further prompts?
I guess it'd be great to hear just what the next stage is for this research program.
Yes, of course. Actually, I do have something important to to mention. So I am a big believer in the benefit of finding new linkages and ways of points of comparison that move beyond, say, comparing cities that have like built environments or simply like histories and legacies, but also having similar social phenomena that emerge out, because it means that we can pay attention to these particular social phenomena that is emerging in a way that takes into account perhaps governance that works in varied and complicated and diverse and difficult to disentangle ways, and understand and work within, say, boundaries that go far beyond, that blur the boundaries between state and other forms of authority, for example. So to that end, within the Melbourne Centre for Cities, we've started up a research cluster called Inhabiting the Urban, which is gathering together scholars doing similar kinds of work in terms of it being very socially oriented, and research that is anthropological, geography and urban planning, but with that kind of social emphasis, to kind of branch it out to say, well, what other cities next, and what other kinds of shared concepts can we look at that broaden those points of comparison to be really theoretically generative and empirically as well. So
that's great. So I think looking at connections that broaden the geographies, that broaden the ages, and a range of other ways that we can be more inclusive in terms of the input and the connections that we're building across our cities. That's kind of what I've taken out of this conversation. 0 minutes. I'd like everyone to join me in just thanking our two panellists, Talia and Rebecca, for their excellent comments today. And thank you very much for sticking with us until the last session of the day. Who am I handing over to? You, Kathy? Alexi? Oh, and get your gifts as well as you leave the stage.
I'm not going to dance or sing, actually, for that matter, but thank you all for staying to the very end. We've just got one last little activity to close out with, and I think it's very appropriate that it's after the connected city session. It wouldn't be really appropriate to get you guys to do scribbles and drawings on paper without those of you who have survived at a Taylor Swift themed sort of event to autograph them. And why I'm going to get you to do that is actually just as a quick preface for an activity, because you've obviously put a bit of work into them and that's brilliant. You don't have to use your actual name, you could use a star or a squiggle like all good celebrities, like all of you would do. But what we want to do is actually just get you to, once you've done that, draw a line across to someone else's signature on that page. And what we're trying to do is just to draw out a few connections. They don't have to be lasting, but just topical on something that's come up today. Maybe you've had a conversation, maybe it's something that someone else on your table brought up, and to actually just reflect a little bit on that. Just to leave the room with something, hopefully, that you've built yourselves in those connections that you can make in the room. So if you all grab a pen, just scribble something, put a star, put your name. Names might be useful just so that people remember who you are, just a subtle hint. For those of you at the back, feel free to join one of the tables that have more people. I think I'm sorry, you've got to kind of connect yourself. I'll come over to you. And if you can, as you draw that line, could you write one of the 4 themes on that as well? So that's connected, leading, sustainable,
I'd like to thank my fellow event coordinators, Lata and Marita, who is unfortunately not here today, but absolutely Marita and Maria Pierre and myself are very pleased to bring this symposium together this year. And obviously thank you to all of the event crew that you've seen in the black t-shirts today. Thank you for them for being involved in organising the symposiums. We should thank them, and I've got a couple more things to say, but let's thank all of the crew. Obviously, we've got Ash and Basil from the event coordination team here in the old quad space. Thank you so much for helping out. I've lost Basil, but I think he's behind the door over there. But yeah, thank you, Ash, for event coordination. And obviously we had Jara as our caterers earlier today, and then we're doing a switch over to an event that if you're wanting to continue talking to us about our research and having a bit more of a chat over a drink from 4:30, just again in the library. If you can stay on, it's going to finish at 5:30, but you're more than welcome to join us next door to talk with our fabulous centre crew about the research that they do and the research that potentially we can do with you and your organisation. So please join us over there with Mabu as our caterers in the afternoon. Yeah, so I think the main thing I would say that our urban era is not finished. Taylor Swift might be finishing up on her shows, and Olivia Rodrigo finished up hers last week in Sydney. But certainly our centre is really firing on all cylinders. We have whichever electrical or solar powered cylinders they are. We have an amazing group of researchers and collaborators and graduate researchers and students that get involved in the centre from our 3 main faculties, but also across the university. And it's a great centre for innovation, I think, and really pushing our research, not only for our own individual pursuits, but more so for the cities and the citizens that we, and then the species, human species that we work with. We do a really great job, very proud of everyone in the centre. So, get involved, have a look at our website, look at our main themes that we've been talking about today, and, get in touch and see how you can, get involved in the work of the centre. And again, thanks to Maria Pierre, the sessions that we've had the privilege to listen to today will be all on our website. They've been live streamed, but they'll be turned around and you'll be able to watch them again or listen to them again on our website shortly, so we'll let you know via email. But thank you once again, and have a great rest of your day. And any centre people here,